Sorted after the Worcester race. The history books they tell of their defeat in 45. They all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. They say the prisoner of Spandau was a symbol of defeat. Whilst Hess remained in prison, then the fascists they would beat. So the promise of an Aryan world would never materialize. So why did they all come out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died? The world is riddled with maggots. The maggots are getting fat. They're making a tasty meal of all the bosses and bureaucrats. They're taking over the boardrooms and they're fat and full of pride. And they all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come, and if I die here for the resistance, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance, and those who died for liberty.
Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell, of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
My daddy was a miner and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man?
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Street where the lion runs do beat, and the lovely English people walked all over us. And every single night when mates out would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like Calvary from the green and lovely lace of Gilshandra. Tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had knives, bows and arrows. Of how brave you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like Galloway from the green and lovely lace of Gilshandra. Hear you tell how you stand the brave Parnell and taught him well and truly persecuted.
I'm into fitness, digging ditches through an isthmus, rough riding down to Cuba like, what's up, bitches? He's fixed. Yeah, we're doing a long one tonight, chat. Giga day. Yeah, we're doing question time with no justice. And then happy hour after that. For reasons that may or may not be explained. I don't fucking know. Yeah, whatever. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I've got to set up a Google Meet. That is entirely the wrong thing. There we go. Right. How are we all, chat? Don't forget you can give money in the form of bits and subs and subscriptions and super chats and something else. I don't fucking know. Death to America. Oh, I'm so glad I now have to type in a 4-digit thing for the fucking DMs not to work. It's a masterful gambit as always. From a fucking prick face, what's his name? Elon Musk. How are we getting on, chat? Are we well? What's going on? Crocodile sighted in the water near Oxford, by the way. Not relevant in the slightest. No. Well, yes. So now we have a rat city and a lizard city. Yes. Kev, you are the cutie. Oh, you are too kind. Have you been to the opticians in the last 6 months? You are supposed to get regular checkups. But I appreciate that nonetheless, thank you. I can't remember who said it, but it's very true that sometimes honesty can be very rude. Oh no, humbleness can be very rude. Like, if someone says, like you just did there, right, you're the cute one. If you go, no, you're wrong, whilst you're trying to be humble, you're essentially saying you're an idiot for thinking the thing you think. Which isn't, like, that's not what I'm trying to do. That's not what the Kev's about. Like, if I want to insult you, I fucking will. You're under no illusions. You will know. Or will you? I don't know. Is she going? Is she going? I don't know what's going on here. Hang on. No, that's not what I wanted to do at all. I am fucking technological wizard. Yeah, no, she's going. She just hasn't checked the fucking DMs yet. I think about these things too. I think it's my autism. Probably, yeah. We insult you back on there again. Well, exactly, yeah, it's friendly. It's friendly. I was slightly taken in the comments of the last stream when I jokingly referred to Chris Packham touching up badgers. People seem to have taken that joke and run with it, which I'm here for.
Howdy, howdy.
Hello there, Helena. How are you?
Not too bad. Just watched a clip of someone from the FBI in a Senate committee meeting get asked, where is the Antifa headquarters? And he just stays silent for like 10 seconds. It's very funny.
And you didn't tell him, did you?
No. I can't let Kev's office be doxed.
I am the CEO of the Antifas Incorporated PLC Inc.
True.
And
people that know about this, people that know about it, I'm the head of Antifa's HR department.
True, exactly. DEI hire, obviously.
literally. Well, you'd think you wonder, given how much of our operations have been undermined by our DEI policy, you wonder why it's been so difficult for the FBI to catch.
Well, you can't spell terrorism without DEI. I mean, you can, obviously, but yeah.
Also, thank you, Wobbly Geek, for the Prime. Just wanted to let you know that Natalie Fleet is my local MP, and she justified the pip cuts pre-U-turn and used a disabled relative to do it when I asked her about it. Not a good MP. Wow, that is fucked up.
That is super.
That is fucked up.
You know, it's also fucked up. This afternoon, I mean, I think I mentioned this, that I've been trying to get more involved with the Green Party locally, and and so I'm now one of the local. It's not even leaflet, letter deliverers, I suppose, whatever. Because posting them costs a fortune, so they have people to do it. I am the ersatz postman. Anyway, the lovely woman, Margaret, just fucking doxed her. Doesn't matter. There's lots of people called Margaret. Anyway, she delivered the letters to me today, right? And this is the first time I'd met her in person, so we were having a little chat and all the rest of it. And as we were chatting, my delivery from KFC arrived.
Mogged. Getting absolutely mogged by KFC.
And I was just like, that's a mixed message, I think. I think that's definitely like, that's got to be one of the only times that could possibly have ever happened. And I won't be asking her what her thoughts on that were. I'm just going to pretend like that didn't happen. Fine. Absolutely fine. Anyway, so I'm a fucking pig. Let's welcome to the new world, chat. Oh, God almighty. I was fucking mortified. Anyway.
Did you see Zach Polanski fucking owning West Streeting on Twitter?
I did indeed. That's because West Streeting is not really a person. He's not a person. He's like a silly robot. A
gruesome thing that's kind of come through another dimension.
Yeah, absolutely. A lickspittle cunt. R.I.P.
I mean, some of my YouTube comments described him as a Cabbage Patch doll possessed by Satan, and that's never left my mind.
That's about right. That's about right. But apparently he's the left-wing option to the current Prime Minister. Okay. Yeah, people who describe him that way definitely know what things mean. Yeah.
Apparently the internal people in like the top of the Labour Party want to get an Angela Rayner West Streeting joint ticket.
What?
I.e., they want West Streeting to be Prime Minister, but they want to be able to have Angela Rayner on as like stabilisers, right?
They want Bez back.
Yeah. They want Bez back. Yeah.
That's fair enough. Who doesn't want Bez?
That's literally all they've ever thought of her as, right? Someone who, in her own right, is a very successful politician.
Yeah.
With lots of kind of policy chops behind her, and they reduce her to like the red meat that we can dangle at the north. Go, look, we're just like you. Us group of London lawyers and spads and political operatives. We're just like you because we have a poor. There's a poor amongst us.
Well, I was about to say, yeah. Above all of her achievements, the fact that she's done that in the face of overwhelming odds against ever doing that. A single mother in her teens, and coming from a working class background, the idea that she would ever end up in the cabinet is almost unthinkable. and yet she did.
I mean, in the
Whereas
modern
there are
era,
people
certainly,
like there are people like Boris Johnson who literally the moment his dad came, you knew was going to be prime minister.
Yeah, 100%. Although to be fair, the thing is that situation of being from her background and getting into the cabinet is only a modern thing that doesn't happen. And that happened forever in the Labour Party when the Labour Party took the trade union seriously, because that's how Angela Rayner is where she is. Right, she got selected as a candidate because of her union background, because the party got kind of reformed under Corbyn, and then all those reforms went away, and now it's all just fucking Oxbridge people and political operatives and lobbyists and consultants.
Yeah. That is grotesque, chat. Thank you. Someone described him, Wes Streeting, as a dead-eyed freak who eats out his mum.
Come on, that's not something we can't take back.
I mean, he's gay. I mean, no doubt, if he were straight, he would eat his mum's pussy. But, like, he's not, so...
Maybe say eat out with his mum, which would be very nice.
Yeah, to eat out to help out, yeah. Still the funniest named government policy ever. Although I do like the code name for the British nuclear plans in the 50s, which was Operation High Explosives.
Very unsubtle.
Well, I suppose working on the theory that they'd definitely be looking for a code name that was nothing to do with explosives. So you play the old reverse switcheroo on them, double bluff. Boom. No one would possibly think you would name it that. That would be stupid. It'd be like it would be calling it Operation Top Super Secret. Like, you know, come on. Thank you, Michael, with the gifted membership. Much love to you. Don't forget, you can give us both money in the form of bits and subs and super chats and things, other things. Yeah.
You can send crisp
sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Pigeon.
You can do those things as well, yes. Thank you, Seamstress Dragon, for resubscribing. 21 months. Seek help! Did we have anything else, or do we go straight into question time?
I'm okay to go straight into question time.
By the way, I mean, this was probably an off-air chat we should have, but with your travelling from that there London on Thursdays, is it best to move this to Fridays regularly?
It probably is, yeah, I think so. And doing it in the afternoon is good because then I can get the segment out and edited by the evening.
Good. Okay, so we'll sort of work on that basis. So I'll go into Thursdays knowing I need to actually provide content, which is fine. Okay. Thank you.
Provide content? You mean watch other people's content?
No, not necessarily. No, I don't just do react. Sometimes I talk about things as well.
That's true. You do. You have a wealth of knowledge which you can impart upon your audience.
True. Much like yourself. We're fucking awesome. High five.
We're great at this, aren't we? I mean, again, I've always said we make a really good duo because we all cover each other's gaps, I think.
Yeah, true. Anyway, also, is that you? What? Am I sharing the screen with you of the question time?
Yeah.
The person on the right, is that you?
I wish it was.
That's.
Fortunately, I can't do that good of a Scottish accent.
You could try. Just put you on the spot. Just put you on the spot and leave you hanging. That's fine. Anyway.
No, in fact, I won't do that.
Tonight, question time has come to pay.
That is extremely quiet. Anyway, they're in Paisley, which is a real place.
It's a former constituency for Murray Black.
Oh, nice. Base then. Okay.
Paisley, outside Glasgow. A town with a history as richly woven as the shawls that made it famous in the 18th and 19th centuries, and a proud tradition of radical politics. It's also Scotland's Town of the Year 2025. Our audience members arriving here this evening reflect the...
Whereas now, Paisley in radical politics usually means something horrible from Northern Ireland.
True.
So it's still Northern Ireland 1, Sodomy 0 though, so, you know.
There you go.
The general political picture across Scotland. Welcome to Question Time from Paisley.
Seamstress, you mentioned that Paisley... But firstly, the person has edited this to put biased next to the thing. I do hope they haven't edited anything else. Okay. Anyway, yeah, the person mentions that Paisley is also an Indian pattern. Technically, yes, and technically, no. I believe it was Indian cotton that was then made into that pattern in Paisley, and so it became known as Paisley.
Ah, well, there you go.
So it's kind of Indian and kind of Scottish.
The best kind of both of those things, right?
Exactly.
Like the chicken tikka masala, partly Indian, partly Scottish.
Yeah, let's go. Honestly, it's a great combo. You should team up and do more stuff. Just not the fascism.
Literally.
No. Just look. Scotland and India have both had a problem with sectarian politics, and if they can both just drop that, they'd be fucking awesome.
The leader of the SNP at Westminster, Stephen Flynn. He's also standing in the...
Oh, yes. Baseness, basitude, and rolled R's. All in one.
My stream is literally titled Question Time with 100% more rolled R's.
Oh, let's fucking go. Oh, thank you, Phil Decker, for 100 bits. And that means we're on a hype train. And if we get to level 2 of the hype train, I will finger Ian Paisley Sr., because that cunt is dead.
Also, thank you. John the Brazen asks, I thought chicken tikka came from Birmingham. Chicken tikka came from India, but chicken tikka masala, it came from Scotland. It was by Ahmed Ali Aslam in Glasgow.
Yeah. Look, we perfected it, don't get us wrong, right? The Balti Mile is, or the Baltic Triangle, I suppose, technically, is genuinely... it's rare that you get a tourist attraction based upon food locations. But that's what we have in Birmingham, basically. So
we have the Curry Mile in Manchester.
Yeah. No, I'll be honest with you. Copying. Stay in your lane, Manchester. Thank you, Mad Cat Scotty, for gifting a sub as well. Much love to you.
Scottish parliamentary elections in May. He's being tipped as the party's future leader in Scotland. And Asawa...
Well, he should be. Because he's like erudite, dynamic. People like him. He's likeable. But yeah, make him fucking leader.
The leader of the Scottish Labour Party.
Whereas this person, let's just say his name is like anus, and that is suitable. That's just true, okay?
He's hoping to become First Minister next year.
LOL!
His party is back.
LOL! He's hoping to become First Minister next year. Fucking do one.
I mean, the Labour... I mean, on current polling, it looks like Reform, Labour and the Greens are all going to be in joint second place in Holyrood.
Oh, nice. What a weird...
I mean, if there's enough tactical, like, vote swapping, i.e. SNP voters swap their constituency vote, or swap their list vote for the Greens in exchange for a constituency vote for the SNP from Green voters, that the Unionists could be completely locked out of Holyrood.
Oh,
because there's enough
votes
to go round. Because because the SNP have basically closed out the entirety of the constituency vote. I do not think there'll be any constituencies that aren't won by the SNP, or maybe only a couple, which means that most of the list vote will just go to the rest to make it proportional. So it's worth the SNP voters, we get nothing out of voting SNP for the list, voting for the Greens for the list, so that they come ahead of the Reform and Labour. So it's just an entirely locked out SNP constituency vote. The Greens get the plurality of the list vote, and so it'll be an SNP majority government with a Green opposition.
Oh, fuck yes, that'd be dope. I'm very much on board with that outcome, absolutely. Where were we? Sorry, hang on a minute. Boom. I forgot to set up my stream deck. There we go. Anyway, thank you to... who was it? Wayward Historian with 1312 bitties. Random number. Could mean anything.
Second place in the polls. Russell Findlay leads the Conservatives in Scotland.
He looks a cunt, doesn't he?
Yep.
Look at him. He's got fucking jowls like Churchill the dog as well. Go away.
He does, with a weird, weird slicked back hair that which would make sense if he was 20 years his junior.
And if he was a 1950s spiv.
literally. The other guy looks like a 1950s spiv as well. Malcolm Offord.
He looks around the right age to have been an extra in Greece.
It's not let
Taxes
it go.
Promote
yeah, exactly.
What he calls the long-standing socialist.
Also, no one is buying that hair colour, mate. Come on now. That is far too uniform to be your actual hair colour at that stage in life. It's fine. It's not like women have to dye their hair because they get fucking criticised. Men can go grey as fuck and it looks distinguished or whatever. Just roll with it.
consensus at Holyrood. Malcolm Offord defected from the Conservatives to Reform at the weekend. Lord Offord, who's a former trade minister and a Tory donor, says his old party
Hang on, I do hope the person I'm ripping this from on YouTube, or who ripped it from the BBC, isn't going to constantly fucking editorialise, because there's no way they put this image up on fucking...
I mean, it is quite funny. Like, they literally at the start they said biased. They put up biased question time on the thing, didn't they?
And also they changed BBC to EBC, which I presume means English Broadcasting Corporation.
Yeah.
Considering this channel is called Freedom for Scotland. I think they're laying their cards very firmly on the table. Okay.
You'll have to see it.
Given up on Scotland, and Angela Haggerty is a journalist and commentator who supports.
Okay, I mean, he kind of does look like you. A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Better makeup skills than me.
You what, sorry?
Better makeup skills than me.
I don't think so.
Independence, but has been critical of the SNP's record in government.
Oh yeah, I'm not dyeing my fucking hair. If I go grey, I go grey. If I go bald, I go bald. I don't give a fuck. Look at me. I've got all the hair and all the colour in the world right now, and what do I do with it? Nothing. I couldn't give a shit.
Good evening. Welcome to our panel. Good to see you all. Welcome to our audience here in Paisley. And of course, welcome to you at home. Just sit back and watch the programme, join the conversation on social media, whatever you like. But we're going to get started with our first question, which is from Christine Hutchison.
How can the government assure taxpayers that the lifting of the two-child cap benefit will actually take children out of poverty and not just fund their parents' lifestyles?
How can we guarantee that giving poor people money will make them less poor? Is a question that idiots have been asking for 200 fucking years.
I mean, again, it's just obvious, isn't it? Like, again, this is just assumption that every single person who's ever been poor has done it because of poor financial management, which means that if they didn't have, which means that you give them more money, they'll just use it poorly, rather than the fact that, you know, the square root of fuck all is still fuck all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The UK government announced that the two-child benefit cap is going to be lifted from April next year. What's your feeling about this, Christine?
Well, I don't have children of my own, unfortunately, but having seen some news articles where parents are complaining about...
Oh, wow, I've been scared by some Daily Mail bullshit, so it's overridden my actual experience of the world. Fucking boomers need to fuck off already.
This is just the right wing incarnate, isn't it? It's just, well, I know the data says everything otherwise, right? But have you considered my rigorously researched anecdotes from The Sun?
Yeah, just fucking rubbish.
Been unable to feed their children, etc. They've maybe got 4 children. You see them getting interviewed and they've got their nails all beautifully manicured. And you think that comes at a cost. I think it all comes down to affordability.
Have you considered they do it themselves? And it costs like a £5.
Yeah, you can get Primark like nails for 90p. I know, I bought them yesterday and then wore them for Novara. It's not expensive to get nice nails.
You see, socialism is a poverty cult. See what I did?
Let's go.
And with the money going to the parents, it's up to the parents how they decide on how they spend that money. And if they...
Also, I love that Scotland, as a much more progressive place in the country, this is the most unrepresentative first fucking question I could imagine.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, how many people in Scotland genuinely think, oh, fuck them kids, let them starve? They elect an SNP government even though they fucking hate them. Like, what the fuck? Because they're still the most left-wing option, so yeah, fuck it. Even though we despise them when we know they're corrupt cunts or whatever, yeah, fuck it. Supermajority. And this fucking stupid Daily Mail fucking arsewort gets the first question, and it's nothing like the actual opinions of the Scottish people. So what's the point of going to Scotland? Just have it in fucking SW1 with your fucking strawberries and cream and pretend... stop pretending that you give a fuck about what the rest of the country thinks. Because you don't.
They don't spend that money wisely. I don't see how those poor children are going to get taken out of poverty.
So fuck them then. Because some people make bad choices. Children need to starve to death.
Yeah, exactly. Like the argument that she's making, as you say, is that because of the very, very small number of people, again, that she's invented in her head, based upon a couple of stories she's read in the papers and a picture of somebody with some nails, that's her justification for taking away from everybody, of which the vast majority, every single study shows, do actually spend it on their kids.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Ridiculous.
So would you have kept that benefit cap if the choice had been yours?
I possibly would have done, but looked at other ways in which we could take children out of poverty, because that's most important.
Stephen?
Okay. I mean, I genuinely would like to go, like, so what are those ways then? Because you don't want to give them money, so what do you do?
The thing is, it's nice to know that in Scotland, even the right-wing headbanger questions are asked by people who actually do care about child poverty, right? At the very least, when you get Tory headbangers, that's something that crosses their minds, because Scotland is, just better. Whereas in England, it's just like, well, no, starve the children, throw them into the wood chipper, blend them up and serve them in a brunch, right? That's all I care about, as long as I don't have to pay a penny more in tax.
Yeah, exactly. In England, it's more like, so, I mean, I pay taxes. Why should any of that go to children? Fuck them. That's what I say. Why can't we spend it all on nuclear weapons, please? And thank you.
Because if that's her point, right? She's not averse to paying taxes to make children out of poverty. She just is considering that the parents might be bad at doing that. Well, obviously she's wrong, and she's obviously wrong. We know that she's wrong, but at the very least, her position is: how can we spend the money best to get children out of poverty, rather than just, can I have more tax cuts to be able to buy extra motorbikes, please?
Yeah, her question wasn't, why should we bother trying to reduce child poverty? Why aren't they working? Pull yourself up by your tiny bootstraps, yeah?
Send them down the fucking chimneys.
Exactly.
Look, child poverty in Scotland is falling at a faster rate than anywhere else on these...
Whoa. His accent's changed. Chat, do you remember this? Do you remember this clip? What happened to this accent? Unbelievable.
The opportunity was there, and oh god, they didn't take it. That was absolutely incredible over in Athens at the week.
What happened to his accent, chat? And that's from the National. That's a Scottish newspaper, so they wouldn't overdub him with something weird and mental. That's definitely his accent. Choose an accent, Stephen. How can we trust you with our money when we can't even trust you to talk properly? They done him fucking dirty with that shit.
Not my favourite.
How bad was the audio that they had to dub him in an American robot that voice? Amazing.
I must say, my favourite Stephen Flynn clip is when he's getting mad about the fact that their Opposition Day motion was undermined by the Labour Party over the ceasefire in Gaza.
Yeah.
And he's screaming, "Bring the Speaker of the House immediately." It's so good.
Yeah. No, he's genuinely quite a ballsy chap, yeah.
Yeah.
Exiles, because we introduced the likes of the Scottish child payment, and it's why we were arguing that the 2-child cap should be scrapped so that we can reduce that rate even further. Now,
also, I've just realised his cheekbones. Now he's turned his head. I'm going to make this point. He looks like the chadified Squidward.
He does look like
he's got the bone structure.
Yeah.
He's got the bone structure of handsome Squidward, and I'm very much here for it.
The UK government came to agree with us, and that's happening, and children will be lifted out of poverty as a result, and I think that's a good thing, and we all have a moral responsibility as taxpayers and as citizens in Scotland to want that to be the case. I guess the bigger question, though, that you've asked there is affordability, and when we look at the UK economy and the finances which underpin it, they're not in a great state, and the Chancellor's budget just 2 weeks ago now had growth being downgraded, had living standards rising at a slower rate than they otherwise would have done, and of course we'll see people with wages that are comparable to what they were in 2008.
But I think Christie's question was more about how can you guarantee that the parents will spend that money on the children? Is that right, Christie?
Well, hang on a minute. The question that you've got up on the screen is lifting the 2-child benefit cap fair to taxpayers? That is not the question that was asked, BBC. That's some crazy editorialising, because, again, she has already admitted that spending money on reducing child poverty is fair to taxpayers. That was assumed in her question. Her question was, is that the best way to spend the money? Of course, the answer to that is yes, but that's at no point in her question did the idea that spending money reducing child poverty was a bad thing.
Wow, the left-wing bias of the BBC update. Amazing shit.
So, yeah.
The children are getting lifted out of poverty. Where are you getting that information? You're still seeing children going to school, not having proper clothing, not having a warm food, to...
And how does their parents having less money make that less likely to happen? Like, think. What would be a remedy for them not being able to afford clothing and food? Would be to give them more money to buy clothing and food.
Again, it's like the Kimmy Badenoch, like, we can't spend money to take people out of poverty. And I'm like, you literally can.
Yeah.
Every study shows that this is the case, right? That the easiest way to reduce poverty is to give people money.
Easiest way to end homelessness is to make sure everybody has a home. If you house people, then there's no more homelessness.
Well, quite frankly, like, it's the only solution that has ever worked, right?
Yeah.
Like, homeless shelters and heavy policing, these things have never ever worked ever in human history. The only solution that's ever worked is to build houses and put people in the houses.
Yep.
To go to school with, they're not getting fed properly. So where are you getting this information that they're actually getting lifted out of poverty?
Yeah, of course. So in relation to the point, if I could just finish my point, one of the reasons why people are in poverty is because wages are at the levels of 2008, and I think that's deeply regrettable, and it's a reflection of the union itself. When it comes to kids being lifted out of poverty, we take into account what all of the experts tell us in this regard, and I like to think that their assessments will be accurate. And when it comes to the Scottish Child Payment, we've seen that reflected in the numbers of kids that have been lifted out of poverty, and we have to have faith in those parents that they'll spend that money wisely to look after kids as best that they can.
I can't always blame the wages for it. You only have to look at the latest iPhones, the cost of them. They seem to be able to afford things like iPhones.
Who the fuck are these people? It's the same old shit. Oh, someone on benefits has got a massive flat screen TV. Who? I don't know. Someone. I read about it. It was in a paper or something. Show me one. Show me where this is fucking happening. Oh.
Also, like, it's as if they look at, like, the headline price for, like, the latest iPhone and assume everyone on benefits has them. You can get iPhones from, like, not even bad, like, old iPhones, like ones from, like, 4 or 5 years ago that work perfectly well. Dirt cheap secondhand, right?
Yeah, exactly. You can get either refurbished ones, or someone gets a new one and they pass it on to you and claim it was stolen. Like, there's loads of fucking weird little tricks that people can pull, but no one is buying like a fucking $3,000 brand new spanking up to date fucking iPhone 27 or whatever the fuck number they're at. Like, this is just bollocks. This is obviously bollocks. How many fucking months of benefits would it even cost to get there? Imagine if you're on the rocker. How many months of the fucking dole would it take for you to be able to afford the iPhone, assuming you didn't spend a penny on anything else ever?
And
Absolute
again,
nonsense.
And as has been pointed out by Barack, right, like, just another person from an age, again, who's a boomer, who doesn't realize that the luxury necessity price inversion has happened, right?
Yeah.
Again, if you've grown up where housing and food and water was cheap, you don't realize now that actually all of the stuff that you recognize as being expensive luxuries before is now actually pretty cheap consumer items. It's just everything else that's expensive now.
Yeah.
Nails, tattoos, etc.
Tattoos.
I'd make a few points, Kristen.
Tattoos.
First is, it's not the children's fault, and these children don't deserve to grow up in poverty, and therefore it's right government takes action. And
read my lips. No austerity after 18 months. Is that the amended one? Is it, Anas? Yeah. Good man. Good man.
500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because the decisions made in that budget should be welcomed rather than criticised by the SNP leader and Stephen Flynn. Second point I'd make is, where I do agree, is welfare can only be one part of a joined-up approach to challenging poverty. I fundamentally believe that welfare is the sticky plaster, but actual fact, if you're going to challenge structural poverty, it means giving kids the education they deserve, giving them the skills they deserve, the jobs they deserve,
and taking the ownership of the means of production back into the hands of the people so they can all benefit from their own labour.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't think he's going to say that bit. I'll be honest, chat.
And the level of pay they deserve so they can lift their families out of generational poverty that has scarred too many parts of Paisley and too many parts of my home city of Glasgow for far too long. And the reason why this urgent action had to be taken is because we're trying to repair 15 years of damage done by the Conservatives.
Mad Cat reckons on their benefits it would take 4 years to afford an iPhone. Fucking hell. So again, that's assuming you don't spend a penny on anything else ever.
Well, exactly. I'm assuming most people on benefits do what I do, which is have either a second-hand phone or have a phone that they've previously had on contract and just have it on like a SIM-only plan, which is literally like £6 a month nowadays. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I've got a fucking busted-up old shithouse phone, and it does the job. That's fine. I live a very frugal life now. I can live on very little, and I'm happy with it.
I literally spent all my money on Magic the Gathering. Like I economize on so much of my life because everything else that I make I spent on Magic.
I mean, I was about to say that's really sad, but like my one luxury is a season ticket to a football team that make me angry all the time. So like, I mean, that's probably much worse for my mental health, I think.
Where they deliberately pushed people into poverty and punished them because of their ideological drive, and that was unforgivable. So I agree with the lifting of the two-child benefit cap, but what we need now...
Did you agree with it 18 months ago? Because can they retrospectively get rid of the whip? Can they do that? Can they backdate you not having the whip anymore? Or is that not how it works? I don't know.
Again, it's just... urgent. The Damascene conversion that so many of these people have gone through, you know? And again,
they've seen the light.
Again, now for kind of vociferously defending their decision, as if it isn't obvious to everybody that it was a sop to Green voters, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No justice is the Victoria Corrin of MTG. Is what. Well, firstly, it's Victoria Corrin Mitchell. Let's not dead name, shall we?
I mean, luckily, I'm not married to any Cambridge graduates.
Yet.
Structural action, and so much of that is actually in the power in Scotland. So let me give you an example. I used to be the local dentist here in Paisley, and I saw directly that the health inequalities that people faced were directly linked to their economic inequalities. And unless we lift...
Literally true. It might be something like Paisley, one of those kind of a posher suburb of Glasgow, and they were saying that the life expectancy of someone born in like 1950, the difference in the life expectancy was 17 years between that rich suburb and the kind of inner city industrial areas of Glasgow. 17 years.
That's crazy.
That's ridiculous. What? That's almost a full adult difference in life expectancy based on economics. Purely on economics.
Well, that's what's so crazy, right? Is that the kind of people who seem to be really turned off by the two-child benefit cap being removed, a lot of it comes from like the northern towns that Labour used to hold and are now being won over by Reform voters.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, these are the areas most affected by cuts in disability and cuts in the welfare cap, because the poorer areas of the country, and especially when it comes to disability, like these are towns for people who worked in factories, who worked in manual labour for a very long time, and lots of those people have had to quit work early due to disability because of the work that they did, you know, in their 50s, right? The biggest people who are going to be really affected by stuff such as PIP cuts or disability cuts or the cuts to limited capability for work-related activity are going to be people who can't work because they've done their back in lifting things. That I'm assuming that's what manual workers do. My hands are far too gay for that shit, but like...
Well, that's why we allow you in Antifa.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The DEI hire.
Indeed. Yes. What was I going to say? Yeah, the system's so fucked up. People most affected by PIP and are now disaffected by the system are going to vote for a party that want to cut even more ridiculously. Literally. And even though the study that came out this week showing a massive majority for rejoining the EU over people who would have, remain out of the EU, we're going to probably end up with, because of first past the post, a super majority between the Reform and the Tories in Parliament, who are, very much Remain. So look, we're going to have a rejoin nation electing a super majority Remain outside of the EU Parliament. Like, what the fuck? The system's bollocks. It doesn't represent the people in the fucking slightest.
No, we really
those people out of poverty, we couldn't get them to have better health outcomes.
Why is it
unless we give them access to...
And we genuinely, they're going to end up with how many more... I can't wait to see how many times more Tory lords exist than Tory MPs after the next election.
Oh my god, it's so fucking funny.
It's going to be multiplied.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
The health care, we can also lift them out of the structural
why
economic
is lifting the
poverty.
two-child benefit cap for Labour a moral mission this year? And last year, it just wasn't.
So, first of all, you can only make...
Because the moral mission they're talking about is their own morale. They've missed out an E. Yeah. And it's their own morale because the Green Party are fucking them raw. That's why they're doing this. Because Zach Polanski has got his big dick out and is fucking them hard. Was that graphic enough at 3 in the afternoon? Enjoy your lunch, everyone.
Make decisions when you know where the money is coming from.
Well, there's not suddenly more money this year. That's why taxes are going up.
And that's why it was important that we identified that money. But the reason why it's a moral mission is I don't think it would be acceptable after the 15 years of damage we've had for the Conservatives that a Labour government, people that came into politics because they want to fight poverty and eradicate poverty, we would see child poverty numbers going up. And that's why we needed the urgent action. And I will wholeheartedly support that urgent action to lift 500,000 kids out of poverty. And it's not just that action. There's the living wage going up, £900.
Okay, well, let's just stick the child benefit cap for now.
Down, but we have to challenge the structural issues that underlie it too.
Woman here in the front.
So now that the child benefit...
The minimum wage going up is fine, but we know that I can't remember who it was, but it was a fantastic little video put out about the inflation of the cost of Freddos, which is the true marker of the economy. And if minimum wage had increased at the same rate as the price of a Freddo, the minimum wage would be £18 right now.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Benefit cap has been lifted.
Oh, it's going to happen next year.
It will be come March of next year. The SNP had a plan in place in Scotland that they were going to put a payment in place to help remove that for families of
There is something deliciously beautiful about a Scot with the red hair and the flowing, like the kind of... What's that character from the film called? I can't remember.
the character from the film.
The Scottish with the big fucking hair, Miranda or something. Anyway, yeah, that thing.
Scotland. Obviously, there was a fund
Someone in
that
chat
was
will
going to
know.
be set aside for that. What do you propose that fund should now be used for in Scotland? Now that money is now going to be sitting.
I'm going to come back to that, but I will make sure you get an answer to that.
Merida, that was it. Merida
from Brave, yeah.
Miranda, I was close. See, the brain was almost firing there.
Thank you.
The man right at the back in the corner.
Poverty's always been around and it always will be. But instead of the politicians all having a go at each other, why can't you all work together?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Problem?
They managed to find a fucking Glaswegian drunk who's also a malter! A complete briefcase maltoid. How? How have you managed to mix these two completely disparate groups together in this one creature? What the fuck is this? Why can't you all just work together? Because they believe in different fucking things. That's why they stand as different members of different parties. Otherwise, what's the fucking point in having an election?
This is what's so tilting to me, right? In when you hear people who advocate for popularism, i.e. this idea that you just move towards whatever is popular in opinion polls, when they always say to you, well, the problem is that actually, 60% of the electorate are just centrists. And I'm like, well, this is what you mean by centrist. Someone who doesn't believe in anything and just thinks everyone should get along and try and negotiate, rather than the reality, which is most people haven't got a fucking clue.
Yeah.
And there are some people, and there's like 10% of ideological centrists, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This person could be convinced either way. But their position is that when everything's broken, it needs a solution. I don't know what the solution is. Everyone should work together. I'm like, well, no, you just don't understand how ideology works,
or just how people work. Because ultimately, politics is about the governance of people, right? Of people, by people, and for people, etc., etc. And so, people won't naturally coagulate into some one like homogenous centrist thing. There are people ranging from like the craziest Nazi you've ever fucking seen to the ultimate Stalinoid on the left, or whatever fucking thing you want to be, and everyone in between. The idea that we can all just work together. Have you never existed Have you never gone into a single... You're in Glasgow and you're clearly a drunk. Look at you, you've got fucking grog blossom all over your face, right? You go into one pub in Glasgow and talk to the dozen different groups of people in there and find any commonality between them. You won't be able to fucking do it. And that's one room. Imagine a nation of 70 million fucking people.
Yeah, I was like, well, why don't Rangers and Celtic just have a hug?
Exactly, just hug it out. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. You know what? Why do wars even happen? Why can't we all just shake hands and agree that everything's fine and dandy? Fucking knobs. Oh, and they're not the worst, because I think he genuinely means well here. He's just so unfathomably ignorant. It hurts.
Children and people that's struggling.
All right. What a common refrain that we hear on Question Time. Why can't you all work together?
Yeah, because you curate the audience to get the fucking views you want. That's why. Oh, what a common refrain. Yeah, because it's the same 12 people with different accents every week. Fucking hell.
Together. We hear that almost every week, so... Yes, man here in the middle.
Well, no.
Yeah, the lady asked quite a direct question. And to my mind, in many cases, the obstacle that stops these children being lifted out of poverty are in many cases the parents that are on receipt. And this is the problem. We can't guarantee that these kids are going to be helped because many parents use it for themselves.
Okay, but what about the ones who don't?
And on top of this, like, where's the evidence? He just says, well, I reckon. Okay, well, why don't you take that to anybody who cares? Nobody. Because in this house, we look at data, we look at statistics, we look at evidence. What evidence does this guy provide? I reckon. I reckon this might be the case, right? Fuck off. No one cares.
Yeah. Citation, please.
Well, of course, the data, as was already pointed out by Stephen Flynn, it comes from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. It comes from child poverty charities. They all know far better than you, random person who knows fuck all, about how child payments interact with child poverty, because that is quite literally their only job, is to be able to decipher these stats. Why are you nodding? Why?
Because they've chosen literally, this is the most right-wing selection of people in Scotland. This is the Tory Party Scottish Conference, is what this is.
Pink T-shirt, I think it is, yes.
I think you need to trust parents. They're adults who want the best for their children.
Yeah.
And I totally agree with lifting the two-child benefit cap. And I'd like to thank the Labour Party for lifting it, even though Stephen's obviously said belatedly that Rome wasn't built in a day, Stephen. Please.
No, but no one was asking them to build an entire city in a day. They were asking them to remove something that they could have removed on day one.
Well, literally, and again, like, they fucking got rid of the whip from 7 of their own MPs for voting for it. Clearly, they didn't want to do this until they were forced to do it by the fact that they were losing votes. To, of course, the Green Party in England and Wales, but of course, yes, to the SNP in Scotland too.
Yep.
Given that the SNP have a far more kind of comprehensive child poverty plan than Labour have done, despite the fact that they are responsible for fewer people and have a smaller budget.
True. And I'm not going to thank the Labour Party for doing this because of that belatedness. And that, like, it had to be dragged out of them like fucking blood from a stone. Desperate. So desperate are they that they're doing the one thing they didn't ever want to do.
Please, and if other parties are doing policies that you agree with, why not just say you're pleased with the fact they're bringing out that policy?
I'm pleased.
You're pleased, aye. Yeah, but do we dig in at the very beginning? Trust.
No, it's not digging in. It's pointing out the obvious. Yeah, they've raised 500,000 kids out of poverty, but they kept them there for 18 months for no fucking reason. So
no reason.
the kids that were born into that for 18 months have had 18 months of unnecessary stymieing of their development. Brilliant. What was the fucking point of that?
The parents. The parents want the best.
And look, we get it. Yeah, you're a kind of lefty who's also a unionist. Yeah, we know. Shut the fuck up. Like, that's... You can always tell them, because they're like, yeah, it's great that the child poverty, but fuck the SNP, the cunts. Like, all right, Jesus. Whoa.
Best for their children. The two-child benefit caps lifted, and I hope that the people benefit with their children.
Yeah.
Russell, Obviously, the Conservatives wanted to keep the two-child benefit cap.
Yeah, absolutely. Benefits have to be fair to the recipients of benefits, but also to the taxpayers that fund this country's very generous social security system.
What?
Very generous.
Literally, they just fucking Conservatives live in a fucking different reality, just a totally inverted reality from the rest of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, fucking, just no facts. Just, yeah, I reckon it's probably pretty generous.
Literally, like, we're in the bottom third of Europe when it comes to the welfare state. We have a reasonably large amount of welfare spending as a proportion of our overall expenditure. That's because most of it's the fucking state pension.
Yep. Without that, we'd be in the relegation zone.
And if you look at the numbers, they're quite terrifying. In Scotland, under the SNP, partly due to the light touch benefit system they're bringing in, the benefits bill is going to soon reach, by the end of this decade, £10 billion a year, all of which will be paid for through your taxes. The gap right now between benefit spending in Scotland...
Can I just say, like, are you trying to win no votes?
I mean, yeah, it seems like that's the case, and they are being successful, given that there's a Scottish by-election and the Conservatives are on 2%.
Yeah, it's going super well for you, lads. Like, this is the kind of shit you put out there in England. I'm not sure you go to, well, it's not quite Glasgow, but nearly Glasgow, and try this shit. Like, that's, what? I mean, enjoy the dustbin of history. You have earned your place there very thoroughly.
And the money they have to spend on benefits, that gap right now is £2 billion. And what all the parties here, including Reform UK, who claim to be socially conservative and fiscally conservative, they also want to increase the benefits bill. And that's why we think the benefits, the two-child cap is fair and is...
It's just really insane, right? Like, well, we're conservatives. Like, we believe in the sanctity of the family and of the continuation of the country. And I'm like, well, one of those conservative parties is supporting helping family formation by ensuring that people can afford to have enough kids to continue the perpetuation of the nation state that you both fucking love, right? Yeah. You suppose the primacy of the nation state. Do we want kids to actually populate it? Well, no, and no immigrants either. We want to turn the entire nation state into a fucking retirement home, right? Plenty of criticism for reform you'll get from me, plenty of criticism. But at the very least, they understand that if you want people to have kids, you've got to make sure they can fucking afford to do so. Basic shit. It's not conservative.
Yeah, it's not. And in terms of keeping families together, one of the leading causes of family split up and divorce, financial troubles.
Yep, literally.
Literally giving couples more money will stop divorces. Well, not stop divorces, but significantly reduce the stresses and therefore the potential for divorce, which means a happier family life and a healthier family life. But no, fuck that noise. Just, you have to stay together because God said so or something. Yeah, that's worked super fucking well for the last 200 years, you idiots. God almighty. Thank you, Fuzzmoz, for gifting a community so well. Don't know why I said that so aggressively. You were actually being very generous with me. Thank you.
Reasonable, because ultimately, the only way you get kids out of poverty, you get families out of poverty, is by creating the conditions to incentivise work, to improve education,
you
and
want
to
to
get
cut
people
the
into well-paid jobs.
minimum
That's
wage.
the only way.
You're a Tory. Your leader talked that we want to cut the minimum wage. You quite literally want to do the opposite, like the direct opposite.
Yeah.
Of getting people into good work. You want people to be put into bad work, right?
So no benefits, no wages, just hard work, and families will thrive in those conditions. Yay. Like, it's almost like they're designing an economic system to split families up.
Yeah.
Like, literally, they're putting every possible stressor and strain onto relationships they possibly can, and then hoping it works out. Yeah, that's worked out super fucking well so far. Thanks, lads.
Way to do so. You don't trap people generation after generation.
Oh my god, this Minge supported the fucking the mini budget. Oh, he's a fucking lettuce head. Oh no. Well, we don't need to listen to him then. He's an idiot.
Benefits.
Malcolm.
See what I mean? It's literally the Tory Party Scottish Conference. They've got all 20 Tories in Scotland into the room.
And this constituency, this Paisley and Renfrewshire North, I believe that they're in here,
Right.
is like overwhelmingly votes like left wing.
Yeah. Because again, they just curate it so it's the same 12 people but with a different accent. That's not getting a local flavour. Like I've always said this, they shouldn't have done the we have the same proportion of the population that voted blah blah. No. Give me a proportion of the population that voted in that seat. I want to see what the country has to say. So if it's a really Tory area, give me a Tory audience. If it's a really Labour area, give me a Labour audience. Whatever. Otherwise, because this isn't giving me an accurate picture of fucking Paisley. You're joking. It's then when they come to Brum and there's just wall-to-wall Tories. I live here. I know it's nothing like that. Don't fucking misrepresent us.
Well, there is now a conversation, a real live conversation going on about the balance between work and welfare. Yeah? And it's a conversation that we haven't had for a while, certainly not in Scotland, where we've had basically a centre-left agenda. What we've got an issue is human beings are intelligent and rational, and they'll do what is put rationally in front of them. If you get a
Not entirely, no.
Well, no, I mean, people aren't rational. They keep voting for you cunts.
No, well, exactly, yeah.
Situation where you can earn as much or not by or more by not working versus working, you've got a problem. Now, if you raise the child to 3, for example, 3, you got a mother and a father not working, and they're claiming their various benefits and sickness, etc. Compare that with a family where mother and father are both working with 3 children. The working family needs to earn £71,000 to be the equivalent.
Okay, raise their wages and cut their taxes and tax rich bastards like you.
I mean, even then, like, this is nonsense figures, by the way. Like, this 71,000,
yeah.
It's a house. It's like a household figure, and it's equivalent to like if you have 3 kids and you get PIP as well. Like, it is a real kind of hack job figure as to how can we squeeze every penny out of the welfare state in this mythical land of this one family that does so. Yeah. To try and get the biggest figure they possibly can to do scare quotes to people.
Yeah.
And also
but even so, regardless of what it was, but if it's 51,000 or 41,000, okay, well, we can make that work then. Let's cut the taxes of the poorest, raise the minimum wage to a fucking actual living wage, and tax the rich to make up the difference.
Yep.
Because you've got all the fucking money anyway, you bastards. We might as well tax people who have money rather than those who do not.
Quite.
Of what you would be getting if you were collecting all your benefits. So therefore, there's something gone wrong with the system there. There's something gone wrong with the incentive, the balance of risk and reward of work and welfare. The only way out of poverty. We all want everyone to be out of poverty. We're all agreed on that.
No,
not sure about that. I'm not sure you or the man sitting next to you really do care about that. And Anas Sarwar has shown that he's prepared to sell those people down the river regardless of what his personal feelings are. So that's the majority of the audience, the panel, who don't necessarily agree. They might say they agree because, no one's going to be like, actually I think we should mince poppies. Yeah. Because that's, no one does. In the words of Winston Churchill, I think it was, when he was asked whether he would repeal the NHS Act, he said, no one wants to kill Father Christmas. Which is true. Yeah, you don't. Once it's there and people really like it, it's sort of just there,
The difference in the right and the left is this idea that the state will give you welfare. Our view will be let's get people into work. The best route of poverty is a good job. Now, just on the
that's wrong. The fact that 40% of people receiving universal credit are in work shows that that's just 100% not the case, right?
Well, he did qualify it with good job.
That's true. But I mean, the reality is
what are the Reform Party going to do other than make us into an offshore tax haven with no good jobs?
Well, yeah, like the sweatshop of Europe is essentially what they want. And again, the reality is that the one solution for poverty is to have more money. And whether that comes from welfare or more work, it doesn't really matter either way. But this idea that somehow the way in which you get that money it changes how likely you are to live in poverty. No, actually, just give them the money, whether they have a job or not.
Yeah. On the issue of the Reform position, working families where parents work, we should encourage them to have more children, shouldn't we? Our population is declining. We should be encouraging, I think, more our good working families to have more children. That's something we should look at quite separately from the benefits bill. But we need to look at the balance right between benefits, between welfare and work. And the best route out of poverty is work.
Well, there's lots of mutterings going on around the panel, Malcolm, because as I understand it, the reform position of which you are now a member is to scrap the two-child benefit.
The issue is to make a differential for working families. If you're at work, if you're in that family earning £71,000 and you're having to work, then I think we should be in a position to bolster families, working families.
I think it's really important to stress. Look, I look as a Labour Party.
Well, hang on. He wants to get rid of the two-child benefit cap, but only for the people who probably can look after themselves anyway.
Well, I mean,
and not the
people
families
who
who definitely can't.
I mean, I guess because again, their position here is less about children being in poverty, because they've shown. He says that, oh, no one wants to see kids live in poverty. Well, yes, you do.
Yeah.
If your answer is, well, we'll only give the benefits to certain people, well, you're very happy for some people's kids to be in poverty, right? His point here is, well, we can incentivize people who are in work to have kids. This is about birth rates. And again, like, I think that we should get rid of the two-child benefit gap in part because I think it would increase the birth rate, but I also would not restrict it because I think it's more important to make sure the kids who do exist are not in poverty rather than the future kids.
Well, not just that, but this is sort of, I think, one of the ways in which we can try and talk to your average reform voter, I think, is to say, okay, you want to cut immigration. Okay, we get that. But we need new people. And one of the ways you can incentivize a growing family and a unified family is by making sure that no kids are growing up in poverty.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Like, you can work that angle with them, because even if they're coming at it from some weird ass like breeding kink position, some fucking Elon Musk 2.4 replacement rate fucking thing, the only way you ever get to that is if you have more than 2 children per couple, because there are lots of people who don't have children, so you need 2.4, I think it is, whatever, to equal replacement. And we actually need to grow because we have an increasing boomer population, which is costing a lot of money in terms of pensions and all the rest of it, and a ever decreasing younger population, and that's an economic and demographic time bomb, and that needs to be reversed very quickly, otherwise we're completely fucked.
100%. And the thing as well is that even from a purely like rational economic perspective, even if we don't care about child poverty for 1 second, it's also much more expensive to keep them in poverty.
Yeah,
because every penny you save now is a penny you'll have to spend twice down the line, because kids who grew up in poverty more likely to be reliant on the welfare state in adulthood, and also more likely to go through health complications that require more NHS spending.
And
so you're
the direct link between poverty and crime means a much higher chance of ending up in prison and going through the court system, which again costs more money.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Again, it's another example of the false economy of austerity. It doesn't actually save money. It looks good on the spreadsheet right now, but in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, it costs way more.
Well, yeah, because in purely economic terms, people are an asset, right?
Yep.
The people of this country are just another asset that you can put into the economy to achieve outputs, right? Like, in purest economic-based terms, so obviously this isn't my actual opinion, of course, if anyone shouts at me in the comment section later. But if you just look at it from a pure economic perspective, they are an asset. And it's just like when Thatcher sold off all the assets. Like, you've got an immediate burst of money right now, but that's a smaller return later on because that asset is now either not in your control or has been degraded through parts of it being sold off. And that's what you're doing. You're selling off the future health and prosperity and productivity of this nation to cut corners right now to what can essentially be from morality points. Although I will point out as well that despite all of this discussion about future birth rates, when the two-child benefit cap was put into place, it actually didn't change people's family formation. It didn't change people's family planning decisions in the families that would be affected by it. So all of those people who said we can't try and incentivize people to have kids they can't afford, well, it wasn't incentivizing them to have more kids that they couldn't afford, because they were having those kids even when they couldn't get access to that welfare.
Yeah.
Party, I believe the best route out of poverty is work, but we shouldn't pretend that the beneficiaries of lifting the two-child benefit cap are all children that live in families that don't work. the majority of kids in this country that are in poverty are in working households.
Okay.
And so that's why we've got to address low pay and chronic low pay in our
Well,
country.
look, since
Well done to Anash Sarwar for keeping it together there, because he must have been really distracted by the people clapping, because he's not used to that. So, like, he did well there to keep his composure. Well done.
since we were talking about reform policy, obviously we're delighted that you're here, Malcolm. I don't know if you two have spoken since Malcolm left the party. I mean, obviously, I'm sure you know, but Malcolm was treasurer of the Scottish Conservatives until Saturday when he defected to reform.
He was the treasurer of the Scottish Tories till Saturday. So what? 5 days prior? Jesus Christ. Did he steal all your money? That would be hilarious if he ran off with all the money as well. Just like, swag bags with like dollar signs on them.
Form. I don't know if you want to have a chat. I mean, I don't know if you have actually spoken.
We did have a chat. Yep. I was more pleased to see Mr. Flynn than I was to see Lord Offord. But, you know, I mean, it's a bit like football. I'm a huge fan of loyalty, both in life and in politics.
Oh, I thought he was going to say a football team then. And I was like, that's probably not a wise idea. But no, I'm a fan of loyalty. Okay.
Imagine if he said, like, Liverpool.
Bayern Munich. What?
Monken
Always
Gladbach.
hugely disappointing when someone defects from your party. It happens across all parties.
He defected from your party? I'm going to do that joke every fucking week to the end of time. Thank you, Mr. Corbyn.
And it's not something that most loyal party members have any time for. It reminds me a wee bit of the World Cup next summer. You know, when I'm cheering on Scotland against Brazil, and if we go a goal down, not that I expect that to happen, but if we do go a goal down, I will keep supporting Scotland, unlike Malcolm, who I think would run off to the sports shop and buy a Brazil top. I'll fight for what we...
Wow, that died. Fuck me, mate. This is...
I mean, to be fair, at least the Conservative Party still believe in devolution. Reform UK's position is to cancel the devolution agreements. Even the Conservative and Unionist position is at least to still give Scotland autonomy.
Yeah.
Reform UK's position is to completely cuck it out to Westminster, as one would call it in Scotland.
True.
Stand for. I know what we stand for. We represent the views of many, many people across Scotland who work for a living, who want to see their public services improved, they want to see the education system improved. They look at Holyrood, as I do, in despair at the way in which they waste so much time and money on absolute nonsense. And that's why I will...
Oh, my chat are amazing. I have such a crush on Stephen Flynn. Did you see that smile? Oh, that's adorable. Oh, thirsty bitch. Yeah, I said it.
Keep doing what I'm doing, because I believe in conservatism in Scotland, and I'll keep speaking up for the vast majority of people out there who know the values of what we stand for.
Okay. Well, Malcolm, you clearly don't agree with that, because you said you don't think the Conservatives...
Whoa. Is there anything... Like, literally no claps is not as bad as one clap. No clap suggests people are just having like a respectful pause. One clap means you're out on a fucking limb, mate.
The reality, of course, is no one believes in conservatism in Scotland, right? Like, no. They're going to be in 6th place or some shit at the next election.
No. That's not to say there aren't right wingers there, but like there are no like out and out fucking Thatcherite people. They don't fucking exist in Scotland.
No.
There's some fucking weirdos out there, and there's Rangers fans, to be fair. But like you know, that's about it, really. Fucking awful. Well, the Conservative Party are awful, I should say. Yeah, and of course, like when we think of like the Northern Wall and how they don't want to vote for the Tories, like they'll vote for a right wing party, but just not those bastards because of what they did. That's all of Scotland, because Scotland got fucked over worse by Thatcher than anywhere. Every industry got fucked. One of the great fucking shipyards in the history of the world along the Clyde, destroyed in 10 years. It was on its fucking last legs, to be fair, but it could have been saved, and you could have transitioned properly. Thatcher went, nah, fuck them, let them drown the cunts.
Call centre jobs for everybody, yay!
Yeah, coal mining, all the manufacturing in the big city, no, all gone.
Well, that's literally Ian Dale's point when he did his whole fucking video defending Thatcher on politics. Joe was like, yeah, well, under Thatcherism they had call centres to go and work, and I'm just like, motherfucker.
Are you fucking joking? That's ridiculous.
For I don't know how many years, don't have a vision for Scotland. Do you want to respond to that?
Well, the first thing to say is I was at the Scotland-Brazil...
Can we have some lols in chat, by the way, for Thatcher still being dead? Because that is hilarious.
Crab emojis, let's go.
Oh, absolutely lovely stuff.
Match in 1990. I was a Scotland-Brazil match in 1998. I'm planning to go to...
That's true. Scotland have had to play Brazil in the last 3 World Cups they've played in.
Aren't they in the same group?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, they played them in 1990. Then it was the opening game of the 98 tournament. And now they're having to play the fucking Brazil again. Although, to be fair, this will be the worst of those 3 Brazil teams. So, because they're a bit mid. For a country as big and as, like, well-developed footballing-wise, it's a pretty mid Brazil team, to be honest with you.
I mean, they've never recovered from 2018. They've never recovered.
Yeah, no, Germany destroyed the nation of Brazil. Are you happy? Germany?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
they
I'm
are.
pretty
Yeah,
sure
because they won the World Cup, so they don't give a fuck. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they're just, that team will go down in history. Team will go down in history as the team that beat Brazil 7-1.
Yeah, absolutely fucking humiliated them on their own turf. Went there in their own yard and flexed on them. Oh,
Belo Horizonte. Honestly, that Andre Schürrle, like, 7th goal, beautiful.
Oh yeah, absolute filth. Love it.
The ticket.
I'm planning to go to Miami, and I never sold a jersey once, so I don't think we need to take that analogy. And when it comes to football, we all know that when you play the man, not the ball, it's because you're losing the argument. The reason why I moved position from Conservative to Reform is I don't believe the Conservatives have got any ambition for Scotland. I don't believe Russell...
Well, that's clearly the truth, but that's been the truth for 50 years, so I don't know what your point is there. And secondly, I don't know if you heard, because you were taking your call, but he was literally the treasurer of the Scottish Conservatives until Saturday. The treasurer.
Sorry, my headphones have just conked out. I keep missing you, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was saying, I don't know if you heard, because you took a call, but he was, your man here was the Conservative Party treasurer until Saturday. And defected, like... He wasn't some nobody. He was quite a big wig in the Tory party in Scotland.
He's literally represented the Tories on Question Time. I think both of the last 2 times they've been in Scotland.
Yeah, he was in the Scotland office for both Truss and Sunak, I think, in the government, in the Lords, yeah.
It's almost like what he's doing is jumping from the sinking ship, like the rat that he is.
True, but he's a life peer, so he doesn't even need to. Really, other than the fact that he wants a job in the potential government, I guess.
Well, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. My favourite Brazil team were the 1994 team, best ever. No, 1970. Don't even fucking start with me. Don't start with me. That 4th Brazilian goal, where was it Jairzinho comes in from off screen after 1 million passes, best goal, best team goal ever.
Personally feels he wants to be the First Minister. I don't believe that the Scottish Conservatives think they can produce a narrative for Scotland.
And it wasn't anything to do with the fact that the Conservatives are doing so badly in the polls compared to Reform.
He stood in the last election for the Tories and came 5th. Oof. Did he get his deposit back? Because that's rough. That is rough. Oh yeah, did you see they've released the ticket prices for the games? You know, the cheapest England ticket's like 325 quid.
Yeah, I remember seeing the dumb prices. And the reason I know my biggest connection to know about this is because Zoran did an advert about it.
Yeah, oh nice, good man. And the cheapest ticket for the final is £3,200.
Wow, what a surprise!
Which is, I mean, honestly, disgusting. And they've even given them what they didn't give them in '94. In '94, they said, "Can we separate the game into 4 quarters for more adverts?" And FIFA went, "No, you fucking can't." Whereas now they've gone, "We're going to have hydration breaks midway through each half for 2 minutes." Guess what the organisers are going to do? They're going to run fucking adverts. So they got their 4-quarter fucking game anyway.
Literally.
Embarrassing.
honestly, I'm so glad I'm a cricket fan because that you pay 20 quid, 25 quid for a ticket if you get, you know, not the box office seats, and you get fucking 6 hours of content.
Yeah,
6.5 hours.
Brilliant stuff. Absolutely, yeah. And especially now when they've got the 2020 games, they often have the women's game before the men's game, so you can go and have a full day's entertainment even for the 2020 as well, which is fucking awesome. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, and them giving the fake, totally made up FIFA Peace Prize to Trump as he's preparing to invade fucking Venezuela. What are you doing? Like, he must have a humiliation kink. Because, like, you've already got the World Cup. You've already got him on side. You didn't need to suck his dick on stage as well. You didn't need to do it.
Like, I mean, I would kind of do it. I think it is a good thing because it just shows you the world how pathetic he is. It's just like, it's when, like, it's you have to give one kid a prize because everybody else gets a prize, right? Like, he's literally the participation trophy president.
Really? Absolutely, yeah.
Exactly. Well, it's what somebody's pointing out, like, you have to give out your obviously like 5 years of social media data to get to the United States. Do you think they'll sell out this World Cup? Do you think they'll get enough people wanting to travel to America and pay the prices to actually be able to fill out these stadia?
No. There'll be games like I don't know, fucking Ghana versus, I don't know, South Korea or something. And yeah, it'll be in a stadium of 80,000 and you'll be lucky to get 20,000. Because at those prices, people look. If you make it affordable, the locals will go because it's a local event and it's like a big thing and it's at the local stadium. But no one in their right mind from Houston is going to spend fucking 600 quid to go and watch Ghana. No offense to Ghana, but they're not Ghanaian, so there's no personal interest in it in that sense. So they're not going to like spend a fucking 2 weeks' wages on it. It's not going to happen.
Especially not Texans. Texans are far too racist for that shit.
Well, that is also true, but I mean, I'm sure the case will probably be true in a number of other places as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But like, again, I'm probably gonna have to try and speak. I mean, if I ever qualify for the Pro Tour again, I have to go to Wizards and just say, like, look, there is literally no way, having trawled through 5 years of my social media data, that the United States will let me back into their country ever again.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, no. Yeah, they're just gonna be like, oh, so you've I see you've posted a lot of fat JD Vance memes. Oh, okay. I'll just won't bother going to the fucking to the airport then. No point.
Literally. So it's like, can you please defer my Pro Tour invite to the next time we are not in the United States?
Yeah, exactly. To literally anywhere but the United States. Yeah.
This is completely.
Also, I do love the free speech president banning people for memes. Hilarious.
A personal decision of mine that over the last year, I find myself increasingly at odds with the Conservative position, and I made my frustrations very clear along the way. And ultimately, you have to follow your convictions.
You sent me a message 5 weeks ago saying that you were going to... I've got it here. Where is it? You sent me a message 5 weeks ago.
He's got receipts. No way. Oh, he's leaking DMs on main. Oh, let's go.
Incredible. So, thank you, Landom Lazy Lizards Lounge, for the raiding party. Welcome and welcome to the Unjustice stream. We talk about UK politics 6 days a week. I'm here with Cav and Logan. We're watching Question Time. Please consider following both of us.
Yeah. And that is the face of a man on the left there who realises he is fucked.
Stop it.
He is absolutely fucked. Like, oh shit, he got the texts. Oh no.
Go. Let's hold the line. What happened?
Well, the issue, Russell, as you know, is that when you are in conversations,
you can't look at each other.
When you're in,
oh yeah, the tension. Honestly, you could cut it with a fucking paper. Oh. Unbelievable.
Can we get some popcorn?
When you're in a conversation, when you're applying for a new job,
you cheeky gun, love it. Can we get some popcorn? He's memeing on them. He's memeing on this divorced couple. It's outrageous.
Oh, where you're losing one team to join another team, you don't discuss it with the previous team. You secure your job. That's the modern world. You secure your job first.
The best.
Oh, well, I mean, mask off. He's not even pretending, you know, I'm securing a job. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about party or ideology. Your party is dead. The ship is sinking. I am literally vermin. I'm going to jump from that ship to the ship that isn't sinking. Toodles. Like that's it. He's not even pretending this is a good thing. What the fuck?
Saying about that answer is at least he can afford World Cup tickets. He's the only person here that probably can.
Okay, Angela, would you like?
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're fucking dirt poor, mate. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Also, let's be honest, you're not paying for anything. Some fucking wanker banker who wants access is going to pay for it.
I'd like to ask the original question. Christine's question, let me just remind you, because we slightly got off it. How can the government assure taxpayers that lifting the two-child benefit cap will take children out of poverty and not just fund their parents' lifestyles?
You can't guarantee that. You can't.
Speaking of wanker bankers, Kevin, would you like to take a single guess as to what Malcolm Offer did in his career?
Investment banker, probably some sort of shit university degree from Oxbridge as well, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, he actually went to University of Edinburgh, so like, you know.
Oh, it's still pretty posh then. Yeah.
Like Scottish Oxbridge, basically.
Yeah.
He works at Merchant Bank, Lazard. He began his own private equity investment career, and followed by 2 years at the Bankers Trust of New York, and then he joined Charterhouse Capital Partners as an investment banker and a private equity manager, and he now founds and owned an Edinburgh-based private equity company, Badenoch and Company, apparently.
Yeah, oh, wow, okay, so, I mean, absolutely prime trebuchet material.
Literally.
But that doesn't mean that it's the wrong thing to do it. Because I'm sure there are always going to be people across any section of society, and I'm thinking about tax avoiders and tax evaders as much as someone who's on benefits might be getting their nails done. There are some people who are irresponsible with money, and there's nothing really that you can do about that. The vast majority of people are not falling into these brackets. And I have to say, see, when I listen to politicians talking about the benefit system, it's very clear that they don't use it and that they haven't had very much direct experience with it.
Very, very good point. They don't live in the real world. They're not from the real world. If you're a merchant banker, the idea that you should have any say in what some, a single parent in Rochdale has got to put up with. What the fuck? You don't understand that world. What are you talking about?
Quite.
The misinformation about how the benefit system actually works is shocking to me. And bear with me, right, because I'm going to get into a wee bit of detail here, but I think it's worth doing because I'm getting really tired of seeing politicians on TV making claims about how benefits work when it's not how it works. The idea that someone who's on benefits can be doing vastly better than a working family who are earning quite a lot of money, that can't be true when you have a benefit cap. There is a cap on benefits. There is a cap on the amount of money that anyone can get in the universal credit system on a monthly basis. There is a thing called the local housing allowance, which means there is a cap on how much a person can get help with their rent. That's a problem for people because rents have gone up dramatically, particularly private rents. The universal credit, the DWP, will quite often not cover the rent payments, which means you have to find the rest of the rent payment out of the remainder of the money that you have. If you have children, that means that you're using the money that you have.
Well, they can't because they've spent it all on iPhones.
I mean, the reality of the reason that we're in this position is because we don't have any council housing. That's the problem, right? Is that in the old system where the government owned the council housing, and then if you couldn't afford rent in the private sector, you got subsidised rent from the state that then generated revenue for local authorities. Yes. And now instead, the local authorities don't generate any revenue at all, and the state is paying money to private landlords who use that money to buy up more ex-council houses.
True.
Again, people get saying, "Oh, landlords providing housing." They do nothing. They are literally exploiting an infinite money glitch off of poor people and the state. They are the biggest scroungers in this country. They're scroungers. They're economically inactive. They sit on their fucking arse owning property that they exploit to extract money from other people. They are scroungers.
Parasitical scum.
Literally.
Yeah. If you want to stop the destruction of a small amount of council housing, but still an important amount of council housing here in Birmingham, you can help the legal fund, which hopefully Wayward Historian will be posting the links to in the various chats, to try and help challenge the gentrification of Druids Heath council estate here in Birmingham.
Have for the children on the rent, and because you have a 2-child cap, you're not even getting that extra element for other if you have a 3rd child to help. So the idea that living on benefits is easy, that it's simple and that you have a lot of money, I think is wild. You know, I've seen politicians going on TV, I'm sure even possibly from government, I think, making this claim that we have a sick note culture, a fit note culture in the UK, that people just go to their doctor and they get signed off sick and that's it. They're just lying around on benefits, having a great time. That's not true. You can get a sick note from your doctor. It will only last you a few months, and then the DWP put people through assessments and they decide if they believe that you're fit for work or not, and they can and often do overrule GPs. Okay, it's not easy to access this system if you're someone who is disabled and you're someone with children. This is a very, very challenging system to be living in right now. And this mythical benefit system that I keep hearing about, where everyone's having a great time and they've got lots of money, I just don't. When you actually go and ask people what their experience of this system is, I can't find where this system is. And also, just another point is that something like 30 or 40% of universal credit claimants are in work. You know, as a large percentage of people are from working families as well. We have a system here where wages, you know, the idea when I was growing up was you grow up, you get a good job, and you can pay for a mortgage, you can pay for your kids, you can pay for holidays, you can have a nice lifestyle. Wages no longer cover that. For women, even if we can go out there and get jobs, we've then got the astronomical cost of childcare to contend with.
Okay.
You know, so
Oh wow, the one person ever on these fucking panels that was making any sense, and he's like, no, we need to wrap this shop. We need to get back to the reform cunt. Right. We need to get back to the reform wanker and let him fucking monologue for half an hour, please. Selfish.
Yeah, the one person who's come here and has just spoken entirely in data and facts rather than in politics is the one that gets silenced. Incredible. Just BBC left-wing bias once again.
Woo!
What we have here is a system that is not working for people, and it's not about people who are spending 10 or 15 or 20 quid getting the nails done. It's not about them.
Just briefly.
Whoa! Oh, face like a smacked ass. Yeah, she the people are getting mad about someone doing their nails or having a fucking phone, ignoring like Michelle Moan stealing 200 million quid. And just sitting in the House of Lords like that's absolutely fine. Or people stealing even more, billions in tax, being pissed away into the fucking Cayman Islands or the Isle of Man or whatever. Like, it's disgusting. What the fuck are you having to go at someone who wants to get their fucking nails done? What's wrong with that?
Exactly, single private equity firms owning like the entirety of the commercial property of a city centre. Just, you know, just not just creaming money off of regular people, but creaming money off of small businesses as well, trying to get by, like small fish and chip shops in the city centre, paying exorbitant rents to giant private equity firms.
Yeah, exactly.
Just very quickly, there is a cap on the universal credit, but if you can access, because of your personal circumstances, the PIP payment and the UC Health, you get a situation if you're a single person, you can get £2,500 more.
I know that, Malcolm.
If you're on minimum wage. My question to you is that the right balance? Should you be able to make more money by not working than working?
If you have a disability, you don't really have a choice in the matter, and that's what those things are there for. And by the way, they are also notoriously hard to access. PIP has a very specific points-based criteria that you have to be able to meet in order to get.
And trust me, my mum applied for PIP, right? The fucking form they send you to do is ridiculous. It's a book that you have to fill in, and like, with all the different questions about can you do this, can you walk this far, can you go upstairs, can you know, all the literally every tiny little nook and cranny of your life. If they were that forensic with the tax dodging bastards, they wouldn't need to penny pinch on this.
100%, 100%. And on top of this as well, like this claim that it's so easy to get like a free BMO, and that's like an extra level of like stuff you have to go through to get them a high rate mobility payment of PIP. Like you've got PIP and they have to go through another thing to get this extra qualification to get Motability. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. And again, as been pointed out, the £71,000 they talked about earlier also included the potential housing benefit for like a house in the centre of London, right? Like, I don't know if you noticed, but we're in fucking Paisley at the moment.
Yeah, all those people on PIP living in Westminster. Yeah.
And you only need to look at the facts and figures to see how many people get rejected by the DWP, how many people have to go to appeals, have to go to tribunals. These are not easy systems to access.
To be fair, there is someone living on benefits right in the centre of London, in a mansion paid for by public money. He's called the King.
The numbers on sickness increased so dramatically in the last 2 years.
Because
the pandemic, you fucking idiot.
You mean the plandemic? Yeah, yeah, I said it.
I mean,
what's happened to the population in the last 2 years?
There was a massive
double and
global
treble now, the
pandemic.
number.
They're sicker, you dumb bastard. That's what happened.
Whoa, if only we didn't have like a mass disabling event or anything like that in the very recent past, Malcolm.
Brilliant, honestly. Only the best on Question Time. I'm glad she interrupted the person talking sense to bring in the idiot.
Literally, it's like, yeah, of course, a fucking wanker banker. Of course he doesn't know how the benefit system works. Of course he doesn't realise the reality of what the pandemic did. He was busy in his fucking gated community, drinking, the Barolo out of a hollowed out fucking watermelon.
True. The Jack Mellor again coming forward. You just give 50 quid to the Druid's Heath fundraiser. Thank you very much, the Jack Mellor. If you ever meet, you can have all of my holes, all of them.
2020, there was that affected people
All right,
in a number of
Let's
ways.
just park this for a minute, because otherwise we're not going to get around any other questions. And I just want to make sure that Stephen answers the question that was asked by you, I believe, which is with the, so. For those who aren't aware, when the government at Westminster decided that it would maintain the two-child benefit cap, the SNP said that by March 20 next year, you would introduce something, it was the SCP, which would basically be a replacement for
the Scottish Communist Party. What?
Let's go!
That. You're not going to do that now because the two-child benefit caps have been lifted, so what are you going to spend that money on?
Well, what we're doing already at the moment is we've got the baby box, we've got the early years grant.
But what are you going to spend?
Yeah, the baby box I do like as an idea. Give every baby just a fucking fair start. And I don't again with the winter fuel allowance. I don't give a fuck if Mick Jagger gets 500 quid. Tax him properly and it wouldn't make any fucking difference. I don't care if some rich Scottish person also gets it. Fine. That baby deserves a fair start as well. I don't give a fuck. Good.
Well, and that's where I think that's where Labour ironically ended up. They ended up in the position of giving it to everybody and taxing it back. Like I said right at the fucking start, because Helena was always correct.
Indeed.
Two and a half days of childcare.
So this is different money. What are you going to spend it on?
The Scottish Child Payment and the First Minister in the budget, in just a few weeks' time, will reallocate that £155 million to build upon those things that exist only in Scotland. They don't exist anywhere else on these isles, and
so
make sure that more kids are coming out of poverty. Because that's our record, and we're very proud of it.
Very briefly.
Yeah, the Finns did have a great deal with their baby boxes. Child mortality went through the floor. Yeah, I remember reading at the time the Scots introduced it, and I was like, "That's amazing." Like, it's such a simple, cheap little change. It makes such a difference, yeah.
It costs £9 million a year to administer. That's nothing.
Yeah, and it's like a box of clothes and cleaning products, and that's, nappy, diapers, whatever, Just basic shit, yeah.
Yeah, they spend £160 per box, and the retail value of the contents is £429.
Incredible stuff, yeah.
Because now that the two-child benefit cap is going to get lifted, it's about £120 million that's going to be freed up. I think if we're going to make a meaningful difference to people's lives in Scotland, it has to be targeted support to low-income families to challenge that structural poverty I talked about. For example, our college budgets have been decimated. We know that the best route for work, for working class kids in particular, is through colleges, but we've neglected our colleges. Apprenticeships have been cut. Let's target the money so we can challenge the structural poverty issues, give kids skills and give them jobs.
And I'm going to stop you.
Two-word answer, cut taxes. Use the money to cut taxes for hard-working people.
You don't want to win any votes. You are literally trying to win no votes. Brilliant. Okay, I mean, you know what? Kudos, because you're succeeding. Your goal is very achievable, and you are getting there. Enjoy wasting, ironically, your own money on a fucking deposit, which you will never get back. Cool.
Right. It's going to be quite hard work, this programme, really, to get a word in edgeways for you guys, but we're going to try. We're going to try, aren't we? OK. Oh, listen, before we get to the next question, I want to say this is our last show of 2025. We're back on the 22nd of January in Macclesfield. So if you live in or around Macclesfield...
So if you're a right-winger who lives in the Macclesfield area, apply, and you'll definitely get in.
Field, and you would like to come over...
Are you from Macclesfield and are a fucking melted briefcase dickhead who thinks that everyone should just get along? You've guaranteed. Good. Go for it.
Part of the audience. Apply to the Question Time website and hopefully we will see you there on the 22nd of January. OK, James Sinclair, where are you sitting? Ah, there you go.
Reportedly 1 in 3 kids in school.
Okay, this guy sells drugs. Don't tell me that. Look, he's not a guy who said goes. You want some weed? You want some weed? Like he is a scally.
Kids in Glasgow don't speak English as a first language. Why does this matter?
So this has come up, James, and I'm
sure... It doesn't. It literally doesn't.
Nope.
Yeah. Kev, what's Macclesfield like? I don't really know. I get the impression it's just a sort of regular little northern town. Manchester area?
It's Midlands. It's Nottinghamshire, I think.
Well, that's barely Midlands.
Barely. It's in Cheshire. It's in Cheshire, sorry. I'm thinking of somewhere else.
Okay. You're thinking of Mansfield.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Mansfield, yes. It is. Yeah, it is. It's in Cheshire. It is a former market town. Yeah. So, it looks pretty nice.
Yeah. Mansfield, of course, is just a field full of men. Literally.
So this is why you're referring to it, because Nigel Farage, your new leader, Malcolm, talked about the fact that 29% of primary school pupils in Glasgow have English as a second language, and he described it as the cultural smashing of Glasgow. Is he right, Malcolm?
No, and that's a very stupid and racist way of putting it. Thanks for putting that spin on it, you stupid bastards. Oh God, I fucking hate this show so much. Like, it doesn't matter. You know, we had a prime minister whose second language wasn't second language was English. David Lloyd George, his first language was Welsh. Because we're not a monoglot island, are we?
No, indeed so, indeed so. And who fucking cares? As long as they speak English, right?
Yeah.
That's the important thing, you know?
Yeah, I couldn't give two fucks. Good. If they can speak other languages, good. Because let's be honest, not enough people do in this country.
If anything, that would mean that probably make our country better in the long run, right? If we want to be this international powerhouse centre of the world that every motherfucker from the boomer generation seems to want us to be again, post-imperial, but post-British Empire, then having people who can speak multiple languages very fluently, probably a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. Talking about how bad we are in terms of European spending on disabilities and things like that, we are laughable in terms of the European league tables of foreign speakers. Nobody fucking learns a foreign language properly. Because we know we can just go abroad and everyone will speak English. You can go to the top of Mount Everest and there's probably an Irish bar that'll serve you a pint of shit Guinness. You know, like it's... we talk about integration, and you can go to the Costa del Sol and there's just egg and chip shop, McDonald's, egg and chip shop. English bar. No one's fucking integrating. It's a joke.
Well, I wouldn't use that language, but what we're dealing with here
is... So what's wrong with that language? What's wrong with that language?
I know. The immigration issue we're dealing with is something which is a worldwide issue, a European issue.
Whoa! We didn't even mention immigration. We're talking about people having a second language. What about if their first language is Scots Gaelic? Because you know that's a language that exists in the place that you are.
The Unionists don't like that because that's inconvenient.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit. And faster than we've ever seen before. If you think about the whole of the 20th century, 1 million people came to the UK. So far in the first 25 years of this century, 7 million people have come to the UK. That's a lot of people. Right? Now, we have a tradition in our country of being welcoming to people from other shores and welcome them.
This is true and not true at the same time. We have welcomed certain people and discouraged, let's say, certain other people. And even though we did help, like, say, certain Jewish people with the kinder transport, we also denied the access of a large number of adult Jewish people from the German conquered territories, who we could have saved, and didn't. Those people died. Now, the murderers are the ones at fault for that, but we could have stopped that in a lot of cases. There'd be a lot more people alive. So let's not pretend we have some unsullied record of brilliant accepting of people from around the world, because it isn't true. Also, we did it largely for our own fucking benefit. We encouraged people to come here because we'd been bombed flat.
And we needed work people.
Yep, we needed people. So we went, we don't really like the blacks and the browns, but let's bring them in. They can build things. We'll get rid of some of the signs that say no dogs, no black, no Irish. Not all of them, but some of them. And, it will be all right. Then hopefully they just leave, because they won't have settled down roots and built families over the fucking 30 years. No, crazy talk.
Someone just pointed out in my chat, they've editorialised this question again, where the question I was asked was that they don't have English as a first language. The question on screen says, don't speak fluent English. No, that's not what was said.
Yeah, that oh my God, that's not even editorialised, that's just lying. Because because literally no point in the question did it say these people can't speak proper English. You just don't have English as their first language, or have English as a second language, I should say.
Oh, it's just yet another example of question time and the BBC's left-wing bias.
Oh, so left-wing. So anyway, about these people who can't speak any English whatsoever.
Them in so long as they come in to work and contribute, learn our language, adopt our culture, adopt our values. We've got a strong tradition of that. This statistic is highlighting just the fact that this is happening faster and bigger than we've seen before. We've got a lot of people coming in from places that we don't know so well, where cultures are not so aligned.
Brown people! Sorry, I was just translating for everybody. He means brown people.
Oh, the fact you said in a celebratory tone, where this would be like fist shaking, clenched teeth. Brown people!
Yeah, no, I was editorialising, to be fair. Yeah. Thank you, Katie Marshall, with the 5 memberships. Much love to you. And thank you to Goat Boy! Firstly, for an awesome name, and secondly, for 10 gifted memberships. You can have me.
We need to integrate. We need to integrate to make our communities cohesive. And a question...
Yeah, the idea that this guy, a wanker banker, who most Scottish people wouldn't piss on if he was on fire, talking about integrating... Just because you've got an accent, you're one of the least Scottish people I've ever fucking seen.
Well, but I would piss on him if he wasn't on fire.
He might like it, though. He was a Tory until last week, so like he's probably into some weird shit. Amyl nitrate orange, plastic bag over the head. I must have shown you that thing about the guy in Wolverhampton, the councillor, who basically, like the guy in the 90s, he was found dead, asphyxie-wanked, in a crack den.
Of course he was.
Family values. You can, Mad
Back
Cat.
to basics.
Yeah, back to basics. Yes, you can have me, Mad Cat, absolutely.
Well, for people,
how do we do that?
For people who don't know, Back to Basics was a family values social policy campaign of the Conservative Party in between 93 and 96, I think it was. Basically between Black Wednesday and Tony Blair winning the election. Because they knew they couldn't run on the economy after Black Wednesday, so let's just do literally anything else. And then it turned out that one of their MPs had died because of asphyxie wank, and the other one had been fucking someone else's wife.
And, of course, the Prime Minister who introduced that, John Major, who was married, was fucking Edwina Curry, one of his cabinet ministers, who was also married.
Literally.
So, family values. Keep it in the family, just not your own, apparently.
That when we've got this speed of immigration coming in, and it's costing a lot of money. If you think about Glasgow, has got 100 million black hole next year in its budget, and Glasgow councillors are saying that 2/3 of that, 66 million, is dealing with the immigration and asylum issue. That's a lot of money. And there's a lot of money being had to be paid for the people who are here already, who are welcoming and want those people to come fine, but they want to know who they are, and they want to know that they can assimilate into our culture. And the number one thing surely is we have to speak the same language.
Why are you presuming they're new migrants? Why are you presuming they don't speak English? And why are you using Glasgow children to spread your bile and poison into our communities? It's utterly shameful.
See, I hate the Reform Party are annoying on a number of levels. Never more so when they make me think, good point, Anas Sarwar. Thank you for saying that. Because it's very rare, and it makes my skin crawl to think that I'm glad that Anas Sarwar said a thing. Because I want him to be silent all the time, basically. But unfortunately, you know, when he's the stop clock being right twice a day and all that.
And you might not agree. You might not agree with the language. You might not agree with the language Lord offered, but you need to own it, because that's what you are.
Okay, but you need to own Island of Strangers, you melt. Like, let's not pretend that the Labour Party are going to fight back against the far right. They are. Did you see Mike Tapp's fucking thing about the link between... he was basically doing eugenics, like, the link between race and ethnicity and child rape. What? You're a psychopath.
Yeah. Labour Party 2025, chat.
Brilliant.
You are part of now. You are part of a political party that deliberately spends tens of thousands of pounds questioning my loyalty to Scotland and lots of other people's loyalty to Scotland. And all you really are is a poisonous, odious man hiding behind the badge of reform, looking to divide our communities rather than change our communities. And let's not forget Lord Offord. That when I was here serving the community of Paisley as a local NHS dentist, you were an advisor to Ian Duncan Smith. You were the man that served with Boris.
Oh, Anas! Oh, I'm getting a pang of like. Oh no, it's killing me.
It is funny though that Ian Duncan Smith to get mad at people working for Ian Duncan Smith. Well, Jonathan Ashworth now works for Ian Duncan Smith.
Well, yeah, because Jonathan Ashworth is scum. We already knew that. That's fine. Yeah.
Boris Johnson's government and Liz Truss's government. So don't you dare try to be the great champion of working class communities in Scotland. People have seen your light before and rejected them, and I've got no doubt they'll reject them again.
Oh, Anas. For once in your life, for once in your fucking life, you said something awesome. Good.
Or is it? He's right. They are going to reject them, but in favour of the Scottish National Party.
Exactly. Yeah, the Labour Party are not the beneficiaries of that. Mainly because you're shit. You're shit.
So recent polling suggests that the top three issues of concern to Scots are the NHS, the economy, and immigration. The politicians speaking on this topic are reflecting what the concerns that people have. That's why we're talking about it, because this is a concern that's come up quite recently, only in the last 5 years or so, and it's illustrated by the scale, the numbers. That's what's being illustrated here. As I said before, we've got a tradition of being welcoming. Of course we do. But we need to know who people are. We want them to assimilate to our culture and speak our language.
Let's fix the broken immigration.
Yeah, oh, well, of course, Anas. Like, again, I'm only saying he said a nice thing. I don't fucking trust him for as far as I could piss. Yeah, Anas Sarwar backs Keir Starmer's plans amid Enoch Powell row. So he was fine with the the Rivers of Blood moment, but the Island of Strangers nonsense. Because he has no ideology or belief system that he won't sell out. Literally. Nope. Pathetic human
being. But again, it's always triangulation. Every single time, it's just, we will do what we think is best for us electorally rather than believe in anything. Oh, we're losing votes to the Greens. Well, I better say that migration is good again, you know?
But they were going to put country before party. They said so, and I truly believe them because I'm an idiot.
System rather than picking on Glasgow kids. Yep. Let's fix the broken immigration system.
Woman here in the orange sweater.
Hi, I work in social housing, have done so for the last 20 years, and there is an issue with people that are coming to Scotland. Communities are divided, and this has all been following on from decisions made by all the political parties over that time. So is an issue. A lot of the...
Well, yes and no. I mean, the SNP can't stop people coming, and they can't encourage people to come because they don't deal with the national immigration system. That's not that's not a devolved issue. And also, they can't even stop people if they wanted to stop the national government sending people there to like hotels. They couldn't. They have no legal basis to do so. So I don't know what the SNP could do differently that would be vastly like improve the situation or make it worse. It's not really their situation to deal with.
And they could spend money on like better integration, like more public services, which they are already doing, more so than the current Westminster government.
True. Also, I like that Westminster's become a thing. That's nice.
Are kind of come in, they're getting all sorts of help, and this is creating resentment from established people because they see the country that...
Because everyone's a fucking crab in the bucket. Someone else is getting a thing and I'm not getting that thing. Therefore, everyone should be just a race to the bottom. It's not, I should demand better treatment from the national or indeed local government. No, fuck them. They shouldn't get anything either.
Yep, 100%.
Oh, God, this country is tiring.
They were born and bred in, they're not getting the same help. And yeah, Scotland is a friendly country, but you start creating division where you have people getting and not getting. And I have to take issue with that.
Let's hear from the audience. Man in the white shirt at the back. Yes, Lisa.
Yeah, I think the division is also related to labelling people. My wife runs a...
That is Clive. that is Clive from Monkey Dust. Yeah,
it is Clive from Monkey Dust. Yeah.
Oh my God, he's just been the cum sponge for a Japanese businessman.
An ESOL class, English for people for whom it's not their first language, and this is adults, and there are folk from Spain, from Ukraine, from Poland, from Syria, from everywhere, coming to willing to learn English. And I have to say that one of those folks is a lawyer, somebody was a primary school teacher back home, and somebody was a children's doctor. And the reality is that those three people couldn't access a job here in Scotland. They've got other work, but it wasn't in the field that they come in. So there's an issue about how to integrate and help these folk to actually come because they want to work. And one chap, as I said, the guy that's a lawyer is actually working in the hospital laundry.
Right, okay.
That's an interesting story. Know what really happened, Clive?
Is he wearing a pink shirt back there? Yes, yes, you.
I think the statement was bang out of order because you don't need English to be your first language to be able to communicate. I personally, English is not my first language, so if I'm feeling something, you ask me, is English your first language? I'll say no. However, I can perfectly communicate in English despite it being my third language.
And let's be honest, she speaks clearer and more enunciated English than virtually any person that lives within a 100-mile radius of me. like for reals, that's proper English.
We've all seen Samuel Leeds.
Yeah, we've all seen Samuel Leeds. We all saw Ozzy Osbourne. God rest his stupid Zionist soul. Yeah, not the most clear and crisp. Like, no offence to the Scottish people, but some of y'all are quite difficult to understand. I know you are speaking English. I can't necessarily parse out every single word though. So, like, the idea that any Scottish person's like, they don't speak good enough English. What?
Yeah, like, it's like most of the European continent speaks better English than a lot of people.
Oh God, well, that's fucking definitely true. I've met like you meet like a German who'll like have absolutely crisp, clear diction, every little note in the right place, and then they'll say one slightly sort of iffy thing. And they'll go, "Excuse me, my English has let me down. I apologise." You're like, what are you talking about? I wouldn't have even noticed. You've got the best English I've ever heard. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like two of the people who play like Magic with us, one is German and one is Italian. They speak English 100% perfectly, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, they like, and I believe my Italian friend only started learning English when they first like came to the UK, rather than learning originally in school. They picked it up later, and it's perfect speaks perfect English in 2025. Like,
yeah,
far more effort get these people go into, and yet people in this country just can't speak fucking words sometimes.
Geordies, literally, Geordies are indecipherable at times.
I mean, that's
Literally,
not with them failing to speak English, though. Like,
they're speaking English. It's just they're speaking their kind of English, which is very, very different. To the point where even doctors who were born and raised in England get special training if they're going to take a position in and around the Newcastle area, in the local lingo, because it's actually such a distinct dialect that it can be difficult for people to understand, especially in medical settings, because they don't use the proper words for like medical issues. They start using their own weird slang to describe bits of their body, and doctors didn't have a fucking clue what was going on and were like misdiagnosing them with things because they didn't understand what was being said. And that was English people being sent to a part of England. So like, you know what I mean? Like, foreigners speak very, very good English, generally speaking. Yeah.
So I think the problem with that statement was saying it's not their first language. And who cares if it's your second or third and you can communicate with the problem? For me, it's an issue. If you can't communicate, that's fair enough. But being a third, fourth, fifth language, no problem.
Or fucking Churchill, yeah. It's literally a meme that Churchill spoke such indecipherable nonsense that there are clips packages of him saying, and there are fucking statues of that cunt outside Parliament.
True.
If you can speak it, then well and good.
Okay. And listen, I should just clarify, because I said 1 in 3 primary school children. Actually, it's school children generally. It's not just primary school children.
Oh, that's the problem, not the obviously misleading question you have on your screen. Fucking hell.
Russell.
Yeah, well, I agree with the lady at the back. Speaking English as a second language is nothing whatsoever wrong with that. I also agree with the lady in the pink shirt who talked about a lot of communities are feeling divided. A lot of communities see services, public services at breaking point. Glasgow, in particular, due to decisions taken by the SNP government, has resulted in significantly more numbers of immigrants coming to the city at great cost. The city right now has debts of £1.6 billion, and it's going back to the earlier point about taxation. It's about how we spend our money and how we can afford it. But I think in respect of this particular issue, the much greater issue, aside from immigration, is about...
I've got a series of abusive messages now. Thank you, Andrew, with £5, who says, fuck them. I don't know who that's in response to, but yes, okay. And
I mean, true.
And thank you, Vogel, with the 100 bits, who says... Oh, sorry, 200 bits, who says, you're a wanker. Again, is that me? Are you talking about me? I don't know.
I mean, it's true, but like, you know, most people in this country are. I am also.
Yeah, fair enough. And thank you, Fosmos, with a community sub. Can you just take over for a second, because I need to go for a wee?
No worries. We just play the stream, like.
Okay, but I won't be able to pause for you.
Oh, that's true, of course.
Yeah,
yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Okay.
Just have a look at my chat.
I'll be back just a minute. Yeah.
Someone throw the link to Helena's Discord. Yeah, someone post the link in chat for the Discord. And it's just like, it's frustrating that we're having a discussion about asylum again. Like the immigration comes up every single week, right? Because we never talk about immigration. And the discussion here was about people speaking English as a second language. That was the point of the discussion. And yet one of the first points comes, well, people are looking at asylum seekers coming here and getting welfare and they get it. Well, this wasn't a question about asylum. Why are we talking about asylum again? Why is it every single time it's always just asylum? It's the only discussion anyone ever has in this fucking country. And again, there are legitimate questions about the migration system and what you do with the migration system, right? But the idea that there's people out there who only speak English as a second language is a problem when they can speak perfectly good English. That's absolutely fine, despite what that question says. And none of this is to do with whether or not people are seeking asylum or not. That's a totally different separate subject. And just goes, well, you know what? I don't really talk about the subject in question, but have you considered the fucking boats? Have you considered the boats, chat? Or we've not talked about the boats, and we are like, it's like the movie Crash, where the country will explode if we don't talk about immigration. If we don't talk about the fucking boats. Spoke to many people who work in councils on social housing, and they're all stupid, can confirm. The BBC putting up that caption is proof of misinformation. I'm going to check this statistic.
Oh, I am back.
Okay, I'm trying to look at the actual study here to make sure that it is that it hasn't been misquoted by Farage, or rather than the BBC editorializing. Right. So the actual study, Glasgow, 1 in 3 children don't speak English as their first language. No, nothing in these stats or anything about fluency. The BBC is just fucking lying.
Yeah. But I'm guessing it won't be run, as the BBC are lying bastards in the same way they did with that Trump thing.
Well, Can't Give a Duck asks, how am I a wanker when there's an online safety act? I've got the visual wank bank up here.
True.
Well, we make do. The gooners we make do.
Exactly.
Education. The education system in Scotland, under the past 18 years of the SNP, has been completely and utterly trashed. You've got something like 1 in 4 primary school children going into secondary school not at the required levels of literacy. In other words, they can't read or write properly. It's absolutely appalling, a national scandal. And the number for numeracy is something like 1 in 5, 20% of kids are going through primary school into secondary school, not equipped, not at the stage they should be at. And that is where we should be putting the focus.
Angela.
Thank you to the person who said, Kev, I have to say this, you're not overweight. Oh, well, thank you. I mean, you're wrong, but thank you.
I mean, being overweight is way, lighter than most people think it is.
Yeah.
I'm certainly overweight, and
I'm not, when I talk about being fat or whatever, I'm not, grossly, they don't have to fucking wheel me around with the crane. I'm of normal stature and stuff. It's just, I am quite there's a bit of extra timber there. This used to be a lot baggier as a shirt, I'll say that. But
I don't fit a lot of my shirts now.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I've got loads. I keep meaning to take them to the fucking charity shop or something. I'm never fitting into them again. That's not happening. Yeah. Also, we've been asked for a school check on ANAS, but I'm not sure ANAS would be that interesting, in all honesty. But if you want to do a school check on the others, hey, hello, Pidge. How are you? Cuddly, indeed. All I'll say is, I will keep you warm on a cold night.
Well, Annis was privately educated and then went to Glasgow.
Oh, he was privately educated. I mean, maybe it's just because Scottish people sound working class, unless they're fucking Fraser Nelson. So he sounded like he was, of humble stock. But if he was privately educated, that's
I mean, some Labour MP, of course he is. I didn't check out Alistair something, whatever his name is. I don't know what his name is.
He's a Tory, who cares?
Sorry, University of Dundee for Stephen Flynn. Doesn't give him any school information.
Called UAW at incur cause you _no_ a brilliant author who wrote an entire novel in a second language. Sorry for the call out. Also, you're distinctly panda shaped.
I mean, thank you, Vogel, there, who, you did write a novel in a second language. That's dope. And secondly, is this a compliment? He says, you're distinctly panda-shaped. I don't know that many models describe themselves as panda-shaped. It's not. I mean, look, I'll take it. Pandas are awesome. But
so you've got a body of a god. It's just shame it's Buddha.
Yeah. My body is a temple. It's fucking massive.
1 in 3 school children in Glasgow don't speak English as a first language. Why does this matter?
I have a little boy. He's 5 in Glasgow, and so he's just started school. And he had a speech delay because he's a COVID baby. And this is really common among the COVID babies. A lot of them had speech delays or other developmental delays that you wouldn't normally expect, but they're catching up with them really quickly now that...
And Sarwar's dad is a multi-millionaire. I didn't know that.
Oh, there's a Labour MP? Yeah, of course he is.
Well, okay. I mean, there are some... you're right.
Life returned to normal.
Or should I say, he was an MP and then lost his seat. And then didn't really win a seat in Scotland. He was given one on the list.
Oh, he's MH, sorry, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But that
He was in Westminster, but lost in 2015, was it? I think.
Oh yeah, during the
He
fucking
worried me
massacre.
I know that there are some schools in some areas of Glasgow where you do have such a mixed population in them that English may or may not really be a dominant language when he's going into primary one. And I was thinking, well, is that going to affect the way that he's learning then if he already had an issue? You know, it was a very, very practical thing that just occurred to me, like, do I need to think about that? And then I very quickly realised, no, I don't really need to think about that. Kids' brains are like sponges. He would be fine. We have Gaelic schools in Glasgow, for crying out loud. In some cases, we're encouraging our children to...
When will the Scots integrate into English society? Gaelic schools. It's an outrage. When will the whites integrate properly in Glasgow?
Where are the community leaders, chat?
Exactly. And you know what? Where are the Reform Party calling for the closing of Gaelic schools? Oh, don't give them ideas, Kev, for fuck's sake.
Speak languages other than English as the first language at school. So I kind of got over that. But I understand where the lady talked about communities that are concerned about the way that their communities are changing and the way that services are being used and who has access to those services. I think these are normal concerns to have when the makeup of your communities are changing, when you have immigrants coming into those communities, whether that be immigrants who are coming in because they're seeking a different, better way of life, or it could be asylum seekers coming in because they're fleeing something absolutely horrible and we are giving them a safe haven. And I think one of the issues we've had is that the people who are in favour of immigration, who are in favour of providing a haven for asylum seekers, have not wanted to have the conversation very much. And this is what plays into reform, where they say, oh, you can't say anything, you call us racist just for bringing up concerns. Well, there's been a bit of an issue in that I think that the people...
Ooh, new Epstein photos dropped.
Yeah, we did see that, which...
Steve Bannon.
Larry Summers.
Donald Trump, obviously. Bill Clinton, naturally. Alan Dershowitz, who'd have thunk it?
Wow, whoa, revelations, chat.
Bill Gates, Prince Andrew. Well, no, sorry. Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor, Saxburg, Coburg, Gotha, whatever. Donald Trump again. Who the fuck are you? Woody Allen. Again, amazing. Fucking Steve Bannon. Oh my god. Yeah, just the grossest people
on the pro-immigration side have had a tendency to do that instead of realising that actually you need to be able to go into communities and talk to people about this stuff, have serious, real conversations, get people together. That's how you get integration. You get people talking together. You ensure that people don't fall into separation of groups, which is, I think, what's happened in some communities. Now, the issue that I have with Farage is that when he's talking about these things, which I think, like, let's say that some of these issues are real and that they're real concerns of communities, the angle that he's coming at it from is that immigration in any form is inherently a bad thing for society. But that's the sense that I get from the things that he said. I mean, what was the language that he used there? I think that's some cultural smashing. I think that's some pretty strong language. You know, I think we all have a sense of what Nigel Farage thinks and feels about these issues. Now, I think people need to start getting a bit more brave about standing up and saying, no, actually, immigration is just a thing that happens in countries. It's a normal thing. It can be a very positive thing, and I'm in favour of it. I support it. I understand why it's a benefit to my community. I understand immigrants are coming over here and they're working a whole range of jobs that are helping keep my community ticking over. It is a good thing. It's not a bad thing, and there's no reason why a kind of cultural mixing and integration has to be a bad thing. We need to get a bit more...
Oh, hang on, she's about to interrupt her again. Left-wing bias.
Proud of immigration and stop feeling like we're on this defensive all the time, where actually
let me bring
just
Stephen
not talk about it.
Stephen.
Yeah, look, a bit like Angela, I've got one young kid who's in primary school, albeit in Aberdeen, not in Glasgow, and I've got a younger kid who's in nursery just now, and many of their friends are bilingual and multilingual despite being really young. And, you know, the notion that a man who aspires to be the Prime Minister of the...
Well, hang on, Anas Sarwar's dad, Chowdhury Sarwar, was the governor of Punjab until 2022.
Well, yeah, in the same way that fucking Tulip Siddique's aunt was the prime minister of Bangladesh. Like,
yeah, she was convicted, wasn't she, in Bangladesh? Doesn't she face like 20 years in jail if she ever goes back?
Yeah, literally.
Amazing stuff. Holy shit. Okay, well, Anas Sarwar has a far deeper backstory than I thought. And also Nepo baby dickhead, but you know. Whatever.
Yeah, literally. It's Labour Party, innit?
These aisles would pick a fight with school kids, would seek to ostracise school kids, would hold school kids up as an object to beat, absolutely repulses me. And I think it should repulse...
Repulses! Love it.
So love him.
Love it.
All of you as well. And I hate to say it, I really do, but this confidence that he has to say some of these things stems from the fact that our current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, called us all an island of strangers. Not Enoch Powell's words, well they were, but they were also repeated by Keir Starmer. And this is a culture that we now have coming out of Westminster, and it does us all a massive disservice. Because you know those wee kids, when they grow up, they'll grow up to be our doctors, they'll grow up to be our lawyers, our nurses, our bus drivers, our videographers, our hosts. They'll be our friends, our family, our neighbours, and we should defend them as if they are our own, because those wee kids, they are our own, because they've made Scotland their home, and I'm proud of that fact.
Just enter me. Just, yeah, brilliant. The correct answer.
But no, do you realise, Kevin, Keir Starmer didn't know that that's what Island of Strangers meant?
Oh, no, of course not, no. Look, that, in many ways, that would be sort of worse, because it would show such levels of political ignorance that he shouldn't be in his position.
Well, literally, I mean, that's basically been Keir Starmer's defence from the start. Like, I didn't say those evil things because I'm evil. I said them because I'm stupid. Like when he said the defence on the cutting off food and water from Gaza, he said, as long as it is in accordance with international law. Well, then you're a fucking idiot. Then it's not. You know that it isn't. You're a fucking human rights liar in chief, right? You know that those things aren't lawful. Yeah. You can't just say, well, that he should do all of these war crimes as long as he does them lawfully. I'm like, well, again, your defence there is that you're stupid.
Massive, massive news.
To Europe, one of the world's busiest land borders, and it's also a front line against the smuggling of small boats.
The boats are deflated and flat packed, and usually declared as other inflatable items such as pools, tarpaulins, awnings, something made of rubber, to evade customs control.
We've been given rare access to the Bulgarian border, where people smugglers are being targeted. Adele, the British-funded sniff dog, can literally sniff out the rubber the migrant boats are made of.
So not only are we funding these dogs, we're giving them to foreign countries to sniff out the boats.
Literally, yeah, we can't get dinghy rubber sniffing dogs for Britain, and we can't get council houses for Britain, but we can get dinghy rubber sniffing dogs for Bulgaria and council houses for Rwanda.
Oh, bless. Oh, but it's good.
False alarm! It's a butt plug.
Is that the dog saying that? Oh, squeaky toy. Anyway.
Very briefly,
I want to come on the leading the orange tops point, because I think it's really important. My issue with what Nigel Farage did was that he was deliberately trying to find a divisiveness rather than offering a solution. I don't think anyone that has concerns about immigration or a lack of housing supply...
Are we talking about immigration again? Even though it wasn't technically relevant. We never talk about this, ever.
We don't talk about it so much. We had an immigration special to make up for it last week.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Or a lack of skilled jobs or a lack of opportunities for too many of our young people is racist or stupid or doesn't understand politics. I think they're legitimate concerns. The problem I have is Reform want to look at a problem and find a reason to divide us. I look at a problem and think, what do we do to fix it?
Okay, hang on. I need to let Malcolm respond to these
And the problem you've got with Stephen's response, you can try and shout at me all you like. He can try and be the plastic hard man all he likes, right? But the reality is that...
The plastic hard man? Who laughed at that?
The approach of saying, let's just not talk about immigration, and if you talk about it, it only helps reform, actually you inadvertently push people towards reform.
What actually helps is moving the Overton window further and further right by just being worse and worse and worse all the time. That will definitely work, Anas, I agree. Dickhead. Dickhead!
We have a broken immigration system under the last government, and we have to fix it. And unless we fix it, we're going to continue to see more and more challenge and more of our communities divided. And as someone that was born and brought up in Glasgow, I do not want to see that. A city that's always welcomed migrants and always will welcome migrants.
Malcolm, a lot has been said about your new leader as of the last 3 or 4 days. Do you want to respond?
Yeah. I just want to pick up what the lady in the second row said in the orange jumper.
Well, do you want to defend your new leader against these accusations of divisiveness?
I do, because what she has said to us all this evening is that whether we like this or not, we have an issue with this. We have an issue in this area that we need to fix in order to have cohesive communities, not to divide. If we don't deal with it, we will end up...
Like, there's nothing uncohesive about some people speaking languages other than English, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it wouldn't be cohesive if they couldn't speak good English, right? Which is what the question is pretending is the case, which isn't the case. It's they have a second language, right? Nowhere in that statistic that the people referring to here says that they can't speak good English, just that they don't speak as their first language, right? The reason why we might end up with non-cohesive communities is because of motherfuckers like you and Nigel Farage, again, who seek to deliberately split them apart to create a captive voter base.
Oh, apparently plastic hard man is a Scottish phrase. Okay. I've never heard that before. But apparently it is.
Me neither.
Not with cohesive and segregated communities. We need to discuss this. We've always had immigration. We always will have it. It needs to be controlled. It needs to be transparent. And we need to be able to deal with it.
When you say transparent, do you mean it needs to be whiter than white?
Well, the thing is, we already have a controlled immigration system. It's always been a controlled one.
Yeah.
Economically as well. I'm also very concerned about our own people in our own communities, perhaps in the less well-off areas, who are also feeling segregated. We have to help them get back to work, have better lives. We've talked about the welfare trap that some of those folks are in. We have to help them into work. And we can't just have a whole bunch of people coming in to do jobs when we actually want to get our own people back to work. So I think this is we want a balanced debate on this, but this is an issue, it's a real issue, we need to deal with it, it needs to be controlled, and it's...
See, this is how you try and do right-wing politics in Scotland, Tories. You have to pretend to be the centrists. You have to be like, downplay the really horrific shit. Don't be like, no, actually, no, we should cut taxes for the rich and starve children to death.
Exactly. And the thing that's also interesting is that we already do have segregated societies, as pointed out by Satnav. They're segregated by economics.
Yep.
We have gated communities and sink estates, right? That's what we have in this country because we got rid of the one thing that made sure you could have mixed communities economically, which was council housing.
Yep. London's the craziest place. I mean, well, I say that. It was, not that long ago. It's probably changed a little bit recently. But of having, like, incredibly rich areas next to some really deprivated areas as well. Like, you can literally walk from one street to, like, a couple of streets down, and it's like a totally different world. Mad.
Well, at the very least, that does still exist. That there are still council estates in London that are still owned by councils, right? That there is still a mix of, less affluent and more affluent people in the centre of London. Because if you look at other cities around the world, that doesn't exist. Like, if you live in the city, you're rich. That's it. That's the reality. Yeah. And people don't get this. This is why you hear this metropolitan liberal elite stuff. And I'm like, well, people who live in cities aren't exactly rich in this country.
No, I live in a city and I'm not fucking rich.
Yeah. I've always lived in cities. Most people who live in cities work in the service sector, serving the coffee to the rich motherfuckers, living off of the final salary pensions they got for working for the last 50 years.
True.
It's out of control. It needs to become controlled.
And just very briefly, do you agree with the phrase cultural smashing of Glasgow?
I personally wouldn't use those words, but I'm local.
Mealy-mouthed bastard. Pathetic.
Yep.
I personally wouldn't use that. No, do you agree with it then? Would you say that's a bad thing? He shouldn't have said that.
Disagreements with Nigel on one show already.
Let's take another question from Julia Mullen. Where are you, Julia? Off you go.
Trump is right that Europe is decaying and its leaders weak.
Wow, I wonder what the Reform Party's take on this is going to be, and how they're going to immediately spin it to being about immigration.
Yeah, well, again, it is a question about immigration. Trump's comments were basically about immigration. Again, it's just another instance of us not talking about immigration.
Never happened.
They're pretty strong words, I think it's fair to say, from Donald Trump and from the national security strategy, which was...
And I love that they're coming from Donald Trump, the weakest leader of them all. A man who can be played like a fiddle.
Yeah, like the man in charge at the start of America's century of humiliation.
Yeah. And not just that, but a guy who, like, literally one phone call can completely change policy.
A man so fucking pathetic that he has to have his own version of the FIFA Peace Prize.
Yeah. Embarrassing show.
Well, I think it was leaked actually, but we all got to see this week. So Donald Trump said about European leaders, I think they're weak, but and I also think they want to be so politically correct, I think they don't know what to do. It's pretty unflattering about Keir Starmer, isn't it?
Dog Gobbler says, I thought Right to Buy hollowed out the council estates. Like the number of people who've stayed at council tents for 30 plus years and chosen not to buy has to be low. I mean, that is true, but the rate at which that has hollowed out the council estates is lower in cities because the housing is more expensive. Yeah. But the council estates that really got hollowed out were in the post-industrial towns because people had slightly more money there because of the long-term job prospects they had pre-deindustrialization, and the housing was cheaper because there was more land available. The really expensive council houses are in London. The reason why you can't afford to do Right to Buy in London is because the council houses in some cases are worth 7 figures.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very true.
Look, I don't agree with the comments. We have a challenge, particularly with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where we have a threat really nearby. Let's be really clear, Russia would love to see the destruction of Ukraine and to spread that destruction across Europe and views us as their enemy also.
So why do you think Donald Trump said this, Anas? Europe is decaying. He talked about civilizational erasure. Europe
because he talked to Steve Bannon 20 minutes before.
Yep.
If he talked to like a liberal, he'd be out there going, "Oh, Europe's fantastic. Europe's awesome." Like you can see that with fucking Zoran Mamdani, played him like a fiddle, had him literally fucking drooling over him. A man who he called like a communist who was a threat to America and a piece of shit. Vote for anyone else but this guy. One meeting in the White House and he has him fucking licking his balls. It's embarrassing.
With these weak leaders.
Well, I think you need to ask Donald Trump why he has those views. I disagree with it, but in saying that, I do still believe that we need to maintain ties with a US administration, regardless of what
cock behaviour.
The political colour of that US administration is, partly for defence reasons, partly for
orange, but yeah,
economic reasons, but also because whilst there might be political disalignment between the UK and the US, there is still business-to-business relationships, there is still people-to-people relationships, and ultimately we have got to do everything we can to...
Well, we have business-to-business relationships with China. We have people-to-people relationships with China. But no one is saying that we should become a vassal state of fucking Xi Jinping. Yet that seems to be your position with Donald Trump. Yeah. Right? Like, oh, we have some business relationships and economic relationships. Well, we have economic relationships with, like, every country that isn't Cuba and North Korea. But that doesn't mean that we should yoke ourselves to them the way that we do with the United States with a special relationship, you know?
Yeah.
Nonsense argumentation.
There is a disalignment between London and Washington in that Donald Trump is stood up straight and our Prime Minister is bent over.
You can picture yourselves in which way they are arranged.
Yes.
Stop the aggression coming from Vladimir Putin to protect our own nation. And that's why I do agree with the increase, for example, in defence spending here in the UK. That would...
You absolute fucking loser. Talking about, £100 million for Glasgow. And now you're like, 75 billion! It's good that we're pissing 75 billion more into the military-industrial complex. Yay! The Boeing shareholders are going to be fucking wanking themselves silly as Glaswegian fucking children go hungry.
What's crazy is that this is supposed to be their like growth plan. I'm like, well, the Keynesian multiplier on military spending is way lower than if this was being spent on hospitals or on
because it
schools.
Creates way less jobs. Simple as that.
Yeah, and it creates commodities that don't impact other productive sectors of the economy, right? Like you don't. If you increase the supply of military hardware, it gets bought by the state and sits fucking dormant until a war happens.
Yep.
If you buy something that's at the bottom of the economy, it creates a job for somebody who then spends it in another part of the economy that spends it in another part of the economy that increase the overall things of consumer items in society.
Yep.
Like military hardware is not a consumer item.
No. Well, until we get a Second Amendment. Am I right, lads? Let's go.
Let's go.
Nukes for everyone.
Disproportionately benefit us in Scotland in terms of economically, £10 billion of investment with the Norway deal on the Clyde, other commitments coming around thousands of jobs to the Clyde and to Rosyth. Good for Scotland, good for Scottish economy, good for business, but also good for national security.
Do you think Trump...
Well, just wait for the applause to die down there. And Assawa, as always, back on form. He had a brief moment where he was almost human. Now he's back to being literally an aura fucking vacuum.
Donald Trump has got any kind of put when he talks about European weak leaders, specifically in regards to Ukraine?
So I'll be very honest, I think the US administration is apparently going to be looking at all our social media before we go to America next year, so I'm wondering if they're going to be watching.
I was about to say, yeah, you ain't going to the fucking World Cup. What are you talking about? I've seen your fucking feed, Flynn. No chance. It's just you and me stuck at the fucking airport.
What we say on Question Time, but I'm not going to temper myself because I'm pretty outraged at the fact
I'm sure he did a sofa meme. I'm certain I can remember him doing a sofa meme. There's no way he's going to the World Cup.
When we're at war on our continent, and we are at war with Russia, our most trusted ally is choosing proactively to try and divide Europe. And I think that does the United States of America a massive disservice. And I think it also does all of us a disservice. And I think the challenge that we face right now is to make sure that we respond to that accordingly and that we unite across Europe against our common enemies and show President Trump that we are willing to bear the burden that we have to in terms of our own defence spending, but that we need our allies to work with us in that context. And there was a pretty big announcement in Europe very recently of a £150 billion defence fund that we could have accessed, but we chose not to. And we chose not to because we're not in the European Union anymore. So we need to be very careful that we don't get pulled.
Well, you need to be very careful not to skate too closely to the thin ice of Lib Dem territory there.
I mean, I think this is probably the one occasion. I think this is definitely the one occasion where you can say that yes, literally in a bloc politics, global realignment, being on our own as an island nation, completely stuck to the United States, probably a bad thing.
No, absolutely, and I'm not. That's why I'm not condemning. I'm not cancelling him, chat. I'm just saying, tread careful, okay?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You don't want to find yourself in Davyland. You don't.
Yeah, that's true. I think it is funny to go, well, Europe is decaying. Like, I don't know about you, but I have been to America. That has already decayed.
I was about to say, we've gone within living memory from Detroit being the automotive engine of the world to a shell.
Yeah, like again, it's the American century of humiliation. But even then, like Europe is the kind of like a giant kind of cultural morass of all these different things. And America, as far as I can see, is shopping malls and suburban sprawl.
Yeah, like Detroit is literally because of the death of the automotive industry and other allied manufacturing. There are parts of the city that used to be inhabited where they now have colonies of feral cats. Literally. Cats live in neighbourhoods now. That's how
the
fucking.
Tariffs will fix that though.
Yeah, exactly. The tariffs on the penguins will definitely get rid of the feral cats that now run parts of Detroit. I saw a meme. Someone posted one of those like fake tourism adverts thing, and it made me laugh because it was so dry and sardonic. It was come to Detroit, see our 3 buildings. Oh, brutal. But you know, it's dead. And then, like, New York is, I mean, New York's one of the few places that still has any kind of business going on. Basically, it's New York, a bit of Chicago, oil from Texas and California. That's it. The rest of America is a fucking wasteland. No offence if you live in any of the rest of America, but economically speaking, you don't make money. You just don't.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's true. That's true. That's why prophylaxis, like EU and UK declining more than the United States, that's a lot wealthier. But this isn't about wealth.
No,
this is about like, you know, what the countries like to live in. And I would rather live in literally any European country than the United States. Okay, maybe like North Macedonia, but like every other European country, I would rather live in other than the United States.
True.
For loads of different reasons, right? Because again, like, yeah, sure, America is wealthier, but it's just fucking, again, it's like shopping malls and suburban sprawl. That sounds dystopian to me.
Boston is a thing. Yeah, but okay, but I mean, there are a few other little places that do all right, but like in Britain,
also...
London makes money, but because of decisions made in London, nowhere else makes money.
Yeah. Although I will say, if there are like gangs of feral cats in Detroit, then surely we need a twinning arrangement with Birmingham.
Yes.
And then you can set the feral cats on the feral rats.
Perfect. Although again, will that be taken into account with the migration cap? How many cats per person? Surely can't be 1 for 1. That's ridiculous.
Well, it's true, but Larry the cat is about to emigrate due to having to spend too much time with Keir Starmer, so there's a position opening.
True. Well, they were literally briefing against the cat, which is just the most mental thing. But they genuinely were. Fucking hell. How bad is this reset fucking second... What did they call it? The second phase? That they're briefing against the cat before the end of the year. Fucking hell.
By the way, Brody asks, what's up with North Macedonia? I don't know. I remember my brother saying that their tour bus drove through North Macedonia on the way from Greece to Serbia, and he said it was shit.
Well, it's economically a very deprived part of the world, yeah.
Yeah.
The South Balkans in general is not very rich, for a number of historical reasons.
In both directions, one way across the Atlantic, one way to Europe, and end up missing out on the security that our people here in Scotland, right across these isles, deserve.
Angela, what did you make of those comments?
Trump is a nationalist. What we've seen in Europe over the last number of...
He's not a nationalist. I'm sorry. No. You don't get to be like, oh, Israel, you can have an open checkbook at the American people's expense and call yourself a nationalist. You're not. You're just fucking not. Okay. You're not doing that for America's best interests.
No, quite. Same is true with like Argentina.
Yeah.
Again,
was
like
it 40 billion quid to Argentina? How is that America first?
Literally, I mean, again, having fucked over the farmers in the United States by having a tariff war with China. So what's like some of the crazy, like 70% of the American soybean exports just died overnight because it mostly goes to China. And then China goes, okay, well, we'll get soybeans from the next biggest producer in the Americas, which is Argentina. So they now massively boomed the soybean production in Argentina to sell to China because they can't buy from the US anymore. And then America goes, oh, okay, well, guess what? We'll give $40 billion to Argentina so they can farm more soybeans to undercut the fucking American soybean farmers.
How terrible is Millei's fucking like slash and burn policy that even with a massive boost to its huge agriculture exports and 40 billion, they're still failing miserably? Without that help from America, would Argentina literally exist? Would the landmass have disappeared, so indebted it sinks beneath the waves?
Of decades, I guess, is a more open-minded approach. We've had.
Oh, that's true. He got rid of he destroyed the soy industry in America because it was feminizing American men.
I mean, that's basically what's interesting is that so much of the bring back manufacturing stuff in terms of economic policy, and especially in American politics, hasn't actually been about, oh, well, we need to ensure supply chains given the kind of breakdown in global trade. We need to have supply side reforms to create more like good unionized jobs for workers and bring back more economic prosperity to left behind areas from neoliberalism that are outside like the major cities or whatever it is. They've had none of that conversation. All of the conversation has been, we need to bring back manufacturing jobs because in a service economy, the manly man have to do the feminized femoid jobs. That's it.
True.
That's why they want to bring manufacturing back, not because of anything else, but purely on the grounds of the fact that it means that men can hit things with hammers again.
Yeah. Well, literally, when Trump did his, we're going to bring drilling back to West Virginia, and he did a thing where he was like shoveling coal with like a shovel in his hands, right? And I was like, he actually thinks that's how they fucking mine coal now in the 21st century with fucking hand shovels. Are you like he lives in a fucking Seven Dwarfs world? Mining, it's huge industrial cutters and like strips of massive explosives to blast away at mountainsides. What are you talking about? Fucking shovels.
Yeah, it's all performative. It's all, remember when the men were real men. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's bollocks. It's absolute nonsense. Thank you, Solly. Although I'd say thank you for the 27 months of subscription, which is nice. But you did include the message, Kev, are you Noel Edmonds?
You've just assaulted me.
So go fuck yourself, is all I have to say there.
So thank you, Casey, for the gifted sub. Appreciate the support.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody.
Freedom of movement, we've just had a much more kind of liberal culture, I guess. It's not something that Trump would like, but I think that what Trump is doing when he's making these grand statements and using this kind of inflammatory language is it's his way of trying to pull people into his agenda, into his worldview, and knowing that the US has so much power and we are still so reliant on the US that this will actually really scare European leaders. It does frighten them, the language that he's using, because you can see in their reactions that they are scared that the US...
Well, you shouldn't be scared, because he'll talk to someone else and then come out and make a completely different speech. Trump is such a fucking weird loose cannon. Basically, when you used to ask of a president what was their policy, you could have an answer. What is Trump's policy on anything? Depends who he just spoke to.
Concepts of a plan.
Just whoever he just last spoke to ask them, because they just told him, and he goes, "Oh yeah, that was interesting. Yeah." And then he speaks to someone else, and it's completely different the next minute. You know.
What do you make of those comments by Mark Rutte saying we need to prepare for a war where Russia is coming for us?
I did see this.
They've gone for Ukraine, and I was just like, how? With what? How is Russia coming for anybody?
Well, it's not...
the snail's pace that they're increasing the front lines in Ukraine. What? They'll cross into Moldova in like 2230, or like be like 200 years.
My great grandkids might be in trouble, but I reckon I'm all right. Yeah. It's nonsense, and again they're beating the drum of war. And Mark Rutte's like, "Oh, we need to prepare for a war on the scale our grandparents did." You gonna get your fucking tin hat on then, are you, Mark? You gonna be in the fucking front lines, or is it gonna be another generation of working class lads slaughtered in the fields of Europe for the likes of you? Go fuck yourself, you monster.
Could abandon them at any time of Donald Trump's choosing, and that is a very, very big deal, because Europe has not been investing in its own defence. Europe has not been making itself much more resilient in recent years. It hasn't been doing it. I find that astonishing actually sometimes, that we're nearly 4 years since the invasion of Ukraine and Europe is still only talking about upping the investment. That's kind of the level of where we're at. Now, the other...
Fucking liberals, man.
Also just in general, like... really, people that just don't piece together, like, that every single time these big conflicts have happened is because there's been an arms race, right?
Yeah.
Just don't engage in the arms race.
Yeah. So, thank you, Specs Bean Farmer, for 8 months on YouTube. Much love. Much love to you. Apologies that I sound downbeat, but I'm just thinking about Mark Rutte and a trebuchet, and I apologise. Yes.
The thing about Trump is that even as inflammatory as some of the things that he says are, there's often just enough truth in what he's saying. And that's why it catches on with the general public. And I think that when it comes to Europe, I think, I think back to the financial crash of 2008 and how European leaders responded to that, and bailouts and all kinds of chat like that. And there was a general sense among the public at the time that the little people, were going to have to do all the hard work to pay for this. That smaller countries like Greece, I think, maybe, and Ireland were getting a really, really hard deal, and that the way the EU handled it didn't feel tremendously popular. When you think also about EU culture, what does it mean to be European?
As an Irishman, I can say this, and I am an Irish citizen, so I can say this. The idea that Ireland is going to defend itself against anyone isn't true. The point, Ireland can up its fucking investment to 10% of GDP, and it won't defend itself against anyone.
Well, what it's done is it's created two things. First of all, it's had historical neutrality, means that it's not a particularly large target for anybody. And second of all, right, it's every single global megacorporation is fucking it has their headquarters in Ireland. They have this gigantic economic power.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I'm reminded there was a Danish political party that during the Cold War, and it was sort of tongue in cheek, but one of their foreign policy people said, our foreign policy is going to be, we're going to get rid of the entire army and navy and everyone, and just have one bloke sat on a chair at the border, and when the Russians turn up, he'll say, we surrender. And that'll be it, because look, we can't defend ourselves because they bordered Eastern Germany, right? So they can, the Russians could have turned up at any moment and walked in, and there was nothing Denmark were going to be able to do to stop them. So why waste all this money on an arms race that you can't possibly win, and allowing schools and hospitals and roads and stuff to crumble? Spend that money on something worthwhile, because either way you're going to lose, so you might as well try and live a good life and lose rather than not, you know?
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, at this point, we're at the, well, what are they even worth defending anymore? Like...
Well, exactly, yeah. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think we need nuclear weapons to fucking defend a nation of food banks. That doesn't seem a nation worth defending, in all honesty. Like, if you can afford fucking nuclear weapons, like that thing about, how can they afford nails or an iPhone when they're on benefits? How the fuck can we afford nuclear weapons, and on top of old nuclear weapons and new subs and 75 billion squillion gazillion pounds and 3 billion more to fucking Ukraine and a billion here and a billion there and a billion fucking everywhere, and literally kids are going into schools that might collapse on them? What sense does any of that make?
Literally.
How do we define ourselves as Europeans? Is that really a thing? You know, would Brexit have happened if we felt like we were close to Europe, that we had European shared solid values? Would these things have happened? So I don't think that Europe is the very united, values-driven continent that some of the leaders chat about. I don't know if that actually filters through to the people, and that's why what Donald Trump says tends to catch on just enough, because he speaks to something that's in our heads when we kind of think, well, what do we really think of European? Like, do we look at our
Yeah, he does pander to the lowest common denominator, yeah, we know.
True.
European leaders and think they're the really strong guys, or do we look at leaders like Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump and think, actually, we just really fear these guys?
The man there in the glasses, yes.
Yeah, my problem with Donald Trump is we give him too much respect. He doesn't give us any respect. As the most powerful man in the world, supposedly, his behaviour is appalling. So why do we give him? The time must come where we say, you know what, enough's enough. You go and do what you want to do, and we, Europe, we'll do what we want to do.
Yes, the anti-cock ticket. Let's go.
You know what? There's only one political leader who's making this point, Kevin. Right? There's one political leader who's making this point. It's fucking Ed Davey. How is Ed Davey the leader of the resistance? What's going on, chat?
True, but Ed Davey's like, we need to investigate Russia's influence on British politics, and we need to make sure that American interference in British politics is bad, but Israel are fine. We don't need to investigate that. No.
To me, he's an absolute disgrace to be the president of the United States.
True.
Yeah. And there in the red sweater.
Righteous, yeah.
Yeah.
In the red sweater at the back.
Donald Trump is driven by money, nothing else.
Okay, you are a fucking Guess Who character.
I mean, he literally is. He feels like Where's Wally's granddad?
Yes. Where's Waldo Senior? Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. That is amazing.
He is busy trying to cozy up to Putin because he reckons he'll get a good deal there. And meanwhile, he's been trying to sign a deal with Ukraine so that he can...
oh, yeah, and the Scottish bloke did nearly call him a fanny. There's no way he wasn't going to call him a fanny, which would have been hilarious.
Take all their assets out of them, all the rare metals and so on. He is totally driven by money, and it's appalling that a president should be doing this. He's got his own... what do you call it, crypto funds as well, and everything he thinks about is money, money, money. How much can he make? And apparently he has made an absolute fortune, him and his family.
Do you know who else is also interested in money, and only money, or was a guy called Nathan Gill, who was Reform UK's leader.
Yeah, go on, lad.
Let's go.
Not really relevant to anything, but fuck it, let's go.
I mean, it's relevant in that this sector of politics fucking bought out by Russia.
That is true. I mean, we really ought to refer to the Reform Party as the United Russia Party.
I mean, apparently more MEPs from that era have been outed as saying the same things as Nathan Gill did,
Yeah,
right?
there was like 9 more of them that were outed, yeah. They were targets of the now convicted Mr. Gill, yeah. So they were also in the pocket of someone. Yeah, cool.
In Wales, and do you know where he is now? He's in the jail because he was taking bribes from Vladimir Putin at a time when Europe is at war with Ukraine. The Reform Party leader in Wales was betraying each and every one of us, and now Malcolm has chosen to walk right into that party. Shame on him.
Oh, God, he's good. He's honestly, handsome Squidward is the best.
He's cooked everyone. Everyone's been cooked by Stephen Flynn tonight.
Absolutely delicious work.
Yeah, and I've got to give you a chance to respond to that.
I never met the man in my life.
No, because you haven't been a Reform fucking party representative for more than 7 days.
Yeah. Literally, he was in jail before you became a Reform Party member. So, like, yeah, obviously you've never met him, unless you got a pass to go and visit the cunt. What are you talking about?
Let's talk about Donald Trump. You know, whether we like it or not, he was elected by the American people as president. Point 1. Point 2, the US is funding the defense of Ukraine right now. From an American point of view, they look at us in despair and say, why can't we defend ourselves? When Russia walked into Ukraine in 2014, that was sovereign territory. Europe didn't lift a finger. Europe didn't lift a finger. Okay? And now 4 years later...
To be fair, neither did America. America were fine with that as well. Barack Obama, thanks, mate. Excellent work.
Angela said the Europeans are speaking loudly and doing not very much from an American point of view. There was a general, wasn't Eisenhower, who said if you're doing foreign diplomacy, you speak with a soft voice but hold a very big stick. Okay?
You fucked that up. It's you talk softly and carry a big stick. Yeah. Brilliant. Well done.
Europe speaking with a very loud...
Okay, but I was about... And the idea that Donald Trump is the one speaking with softly is ludicrous. Like, that man's the shoutiest prick ever.
Voice and has a very small stick.
But do you think his
it turns out Trump's got a loud voice and a big stick.
His comments about...
No. We already know from Stormy Daniels he does not.
No, true. I know we've seen his hands.
Well, he has tiny hands as well.
Civilizational erasure, Europe being decaying.
He can't understand. The Americans can't understand.
Well, the thing is, he's correct in that Europe is decaying and has been for quite some time. You're only just behind us, America. You might still just about be on top, but you've crested the hill and you're on the downslope too. Okay?
Oh yes, neoliberalism problem, innit?
Whereas China are like, just sit back, lads.
Do nothing, win.
Yeah.
Do nothing, win.
Just make sure. Yeah, build our own fucking trains and shit, and build like the trains for Zambia. Fuck it. Yeah, we get all the Zambian fucking tin or whatever. Yeah, cool.
Why Europe will not unite in order to defend Ukraine? That's the question. That's the exam question.
He was
Why is
also
Europe
talking
not
about
doing this?
in the context of immigration.
Sure. And
to be fair,
we'll never talk about immigration.
Yeah, we never talk about immigration. Part 690 million. Yeah, nothing has united the peoples of Europe like Ukraine. there are super majorities in most countries for supporting Ukraine.
Yeah,
Even
I mean,
years into it and billions of dollars into it, we're still like, yeah, they're still in the right. They should defend themselves. Yeah.
I mean, they're in a cost of living crisis where public services are being worn down. People can't afford many basic things, and we're all saying, yeah, even after all that, probably should pitch in to defend Ukraine, right? To try and restore, kind of the problem, of course, is that any desire to want to do that to maintain global order, essentially, in terms of ensuring the stability of the border arrangements we have right now, rather than living in an irredentist fucking hellscape, is that, well, Israel are doing the exact same fucking thing as Russia, and we let them get away with it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also, if we'd just armed them properly in the first place, they'd have probably been able to push the Russians to at least the edge of Ukraine and kept them there. But
I mean, it's almost like it's weird that's why Republicans were the ones who watered down the funding bills at the start to then get into government and then hand Ukraine over to Russia. It's almost like somebody who managed Donald Trump's campaign team in 2016 literally had discussions with multiple Russian agents, with Deripaxa and Kalimnik, where they specifically mentioned the idea of peeling off the Donbass from Ukraine. Like, it's so obvious that it's just compromise to Russia right from the beginning.
Yep.
He thinks that there is an issue around integration, the same we've talked earlier about that. And he's wondering whether is that making us less resilient and less willing to fight. I don't know, you ask him. But the American point of view on this is that Europe doesn't seem to want to defend its own borders. And how long does America keep paying for that?
Russell.
Well, the world is incredibly...
Well, as long as America wants to maintain its geopolitical hegemony, I suppose. Like, you don't get to call the shots and we pay for it. No. If you want to call the shots, we need some fucking we need some spending. Okay.
That's the crazy thing about the comments about them paying for our defense, as if like, oh, they need to pull their own weight. I'm like, as if America was doing this out of the goodness of their own heart, rather than getting a gigantic ROI by having this continual economic kind of position of power over the whole of Europe, right? Like, the whole point of the military arrangement, the kind of the military bubble that Europe lived in by being attached to America via NATO, was done so that there was economic supremacy from America to be able to strong arm Europe to do what it wanted already, right? Like, you had that. Europe gave America all of this stuff. And so for Pete Hegseth to come out and say, well, these people just take us for granted, I'm like, no, you take us for granted. Like, we are part of your empire. This is an empire that you created and you wanted.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like with the Marshall Plan. Like, America weren't doing that out of the goodness of their heart. They wanted to maintain control and influence over the bits of Europe that the Russians hadn't already marched into and taken. And that's what they did.
Dangerous and volatile, and we should all think very seriously about our safety in this country. We should take great pride in the fact the United Kingdom has stood resolutely behind Ukraine and offered them huge amounts of support financially and in military terms. And I'm deeply concerned about the future. If you look at the spending that takes place, we are at risk. And Donald Trump has said this long before he came back into the White House. Europe has not been paying its way. The United Kingdom haven't been paying as much on defence and have relied upon the United States for far too long.
So is he right then, do you think, to say that Europe is decaying?
I don't think Europe...
It's the framing as if that's something that we have done in spite of ourselves, right? That's an arrangement that's happened because we always like, oh, we took America for granted. No, America, like, they got a huge return on this. Like, they were the ones who pushed for this kind of stuff so that they could have power over us.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's decaying and the leaders are weak, but I do think where he is correct, demonstrably so, is year after year the NATO spending commitments have not been met by Europe.
You dick-riding fuck.
We have met, it's 2%. We already spend over 2%.
Yeah, this is embarrassing, and again, enjoy non-relevance. You've earned
But again, like, it's fine. There's a magic money tree for defence spending, chat.
Yeah.
suddenly he's not so
Many
concerned about
European-
cutting taxes and the strain on the public purse and the national debt when it comes to spending money to give to American arms manufacturers. 'Cause that's what this is all about, really.
Yeah.
Like, they don't actually necessarily want to cut off this huge tap of geopolitical power by pulling out of Europe. No, they want to scare Europe into spending more money on defense so that they can be buffering the coffers of the American military-industrial complex. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's no more like, is this fair for the taxpayer of Britain? None of that talk anymore. That's disappeared.
Countries have become reliant on the United States to defend them, and that is no longer going to happen. Now, our relationship with the United States, I believe, is enduring. It is
It's certainly injuring. Yes.
Again, like, also on top of this, I'm going, well, there's some other countries haven't pulled their weight. And I'm like, we fucking invaded Afghanistan and Iraq for you. Like, you pulled us into 2 illegal wars, illegal imperialist wars. Now, of course, I think Tony Blair wanted to do that fucking anyway. But even so, these were instigated by America, and we followed suit. So to just ignore all of the geopolitical kind of strain that puts on Britain because of our association with it, the British service people who died, the money that was spent, and of course the fact that these things were illegal and killed loads of Afghans and Iraqis, which is the salient point here. To then turn around and say, well, Britain, because you haven't spent enough GDP, blah, 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 that you're all at fault here. And I'm like, it shows you how fucking pathetic, how completely fucking pathetic this entire country is, that we just accept and go, oh, I guess you're right, Daddy. I guess you're right, Daddy. Trump, you weren't pulling our weight, despite all the service personnel we lost and the money that we spent. Everything. Just go, oh, yeah, we agree. We'll up our defense spending. Just with the absolute 100% unmitigated cuck behavior.
True. Although I suspect in some leaders' case, it's like, well, we'll agree to that, and we'll say by the year 2029, we'll be investing blah, blah, blah percentage to keep Trump happy, knowing that he won't be there. And then maybe they can just sort of let that slide because they'll get another Joe Biden or something. And Joe Biden won't give a fuck. So, you know. Kev, what party has funded the British Armed Forces the most? I have no idea. I would imagine Tory, but I don't know. If Ireland was attacked by Russia, would anyone help them, considering Ireland isn't in NATO and has always been neutral? Well, I think the Irish policy has always been the British will probably step in, because technically they share a land border, and I can't imagine the British government being super happy with Russia buffeting up against a land border with them. So, you know.
But like, Chloe, I did see some evidence that Poroshenko was quite corrupt in terms of money that was being sent. I saw the whole kind of Burisma thing earlier in the premature stages of the Ukraine-Russo conflict from the kind of the Donbass crisis, but I've not seen much evidence that that's the case from Zelensky. Specifically, when a lot of the stuff that's being sent to Zelensky is military aid, i.e., physical things worth an amount of money, not like fresh cash, which is what America give to Israel.
True. Although with Burisma, I'm now just getting fucking Hunter Biden dick pic flashbacks. Oh no!
I demand pictures of Hunter Biden's cock.
Said Marjorie Taylor Greene every 5 seconds. Oh, and yeah, of course, the US has active air bases in Ireland. Yeah, so no one's invading them. They're perfectly fucking safe. And also, because all of those big companies are based in Ireland, America would absolutely step in and be like, "You can't attack them. That's where Intel are based."
Well, yeah, literally, that's one of the biggest power they have is economical.
Yeah. So yeah, that's not the Ireland are about as safe as you can be without nuclear weapons, basically.
Does well
because they have two other countries who do have nuclear weapons who would step in and save them if anyone was stupid enough to bother.
From the end of the Second World War until today, presidents and prime ministers will come and go, but those bonds will remain. But I do think we need to think long and hard about getting serious about our defence spending. And I welcome the spending. I welcome the fact that Scotland is actually home to a number of world-leading defence businesses, and I'm delighted to hear Stephen actually welcoming defence.
Another Ukraine point, like someone saying that Ukraine was a Nazi regime. Again, it's worth pointing out that the kind of unity government that overtook from the original like after the coup in 2014, when Yanukovych was deposed, like a couple of ministerial positions were given to people from right sector, which was like the far right party in the Verkhovna Rada at the time. But then at the next election, they all lost all of their seats and they ran out. And like, especially I think the once Zelensky got elected, basically all of those people lost, and they're not in the cabinet anymore. Like Poroshenko was the one who just kind of tried to create this inclusion of some of these people, but when it comes to the actual governance, this idea that there's a Nazi regime in Kiev is just Russian disinformation, really.
Spending when his party has been so opposed to defence spending. But we need to spend that money, and we need to do so not just for the military reasons of defending our own country against Russia, which is effectively at war with Europe, albeit not a hot war. And we also need to do so for the jobs that it creates in this nation.
So would you say we're in a Cold War situation?
Quite. I just want to make it clear. I do think that Zelensky is corrupt. Like, I do think that Zelensky is corrupt, but not in a like international aid squirreling away type corrupt. I just normal neoliberal corrupt. Corrupt in the same way that Keir Starmer is corrupt, right?
Probably not as bad as.
No, true.
Okay, we've got about 7 minutes left, so if you give me those, you still got your hands up. Lots of people asked about this next question. So
at least he's got some balls. Whereas, like, imagine if someone invaded Britain, Keir Starmer would be under a table shivering. Like, for fuck's sake.
I'm going to take it. Francis Donnelly.
Right. It's our Scotland fans been priced out of the World Cup by the greed of FIFA.
Yes. The answer is
yes, absolutely.
Now, I've got a thing starting with Christy basically now, but we can do this, and I'll just invite her in if you want.
I mean, I don't think we can really say much. Yes, it's like, yes, they are ripping people off. That is true. I don't think we can really discuss this any further.
Oh, shit. Ah! Oh my god. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Jesus Christ. I pressed the wrong button, chat. No! Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm such a twat. Hang on a minute. Fucking hell. I am a fucking knob. I really am. Ah. Oh, that's ridiculous. Apologies. I don't know if she's going to come into the new room or not. But, I basically stopped the call, and I didn't mean to. I meant to just stop the sharing, but I pressed the wrong button.
Get the fuck, they came up with me, all these mutants!
Apologies, no justice, MTG. I pressed the wrong button. I hope you understand that. Apologies, thank you for raiding and not being offended. Much love. Everyone go and follow No Justice MTG on the various platforms. Hello. Hello, Christy. We are live, by the way.
I did see that because I didn't get an invite from you, and I went to check to see if the show was on Twitch. I'm like, oh, he's already going.
Yeah,
so,
I did. Yeah. I've just done 3 hours with No Justice at the end, and then accidentally ended the call instead of ending the sharing. But we were basically finished anyway, and then she just raided into me. So I presume she understood that I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm just a fucking idiot.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
Yeah. Don't forget, everyone, if you're new here, hit the follow button and all that jazz. Shall we start off as we mean to go along by playing the happy hour intro, Christy?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Boom. I'm Kevin Logan, and joining me as ever, it would not be a happy hour without her, Dr. Christy motherfucking Winters.
Oi, motherfucker.
How are you?
Yeah, it's Friday, so Yeah, and all of the holidays too. So when I was there was an appointment that I had this evening, but I don't know, a lot of people are getting sick. I guess it's the season to do that as well. So my calendar fills up, and then things get cancelled because people get ill.
True. Now, because I was doing like a thing beforehand, there's no wheel.
It's fine.
So we're
I
just
give you a lot of long form things.
Yeah. So we just, I mean, Christy, choose which bit you want because you've sent me loads of shit. By the way, explain. Well, I mean, you don't have to get too personal with it, but explain why we're doing this on Friday instead of Tuesday or Monday or whatever day we've just chosen to do the thing on.
I think I just kind of did. I was supposed to go. I booked something with someone, or someone had invited me along to a thing, and then they sent me a message that they were sick.
Yeah.
And so it was like, oh. And also, one of my research colleagues is going to be coming into town next Tuesday, and so I'll be spending the evening at the Christmas market with him. So I thought, well, I don't want to just cancel on Kevin. So since now I'm free on Friday, I could just shift it back a couple days, and we'd swap out Tuesday for Friday.
Nice.
Yeah, so here I am. And you're awake, which is very exciting.
Well, indeed. For once, yes.
Yeah, because most of the times that we've not done shows, it's because you've fallen asleep, not because I bailed.
True.
But it's your show, you run the stream, so and if you need to be asleep, you get some sleep. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm very well. Well, thank you. Yeah.
You know what?
Still, grieving and all that, but doing okay. Yeah. Anyway,
okay.
Thank you, Sam Outside, for you followed 2 minutes ago, and it says subscribe for 6 months. So did you just subscribe for 6 months, or have you been subscribed for 5 months but not following, and now you've subscribed? I don't know. I don't know. But thank you for being here. I'm glad one of us is.
I watched the Packers beat the Bears. Well, no, actually, I fell asleep because it was a very late game. But I woke up to the Packers beating the Bears.
So you're okay with animal abuse then?
I'm on top. We're on top of the NFC North, so I'm all good with that.
Actually, oh God, I like the kind of silly NFL cartoon memes that go around, but like because I'm a Patriots fan for my sins, I suppose. Although they're back on top now, but whatever.
Yeah, they had a good season compared to last year.
Yeah, well, Drake May, it improves when you get a quarterback who can throw the ball accurately.
That really helps your offense.
What was I going to say? Yeah, when they because they're divisional rivals with the Dolphins. You get like chopped up dolphin memes and stuff, and it's just like, oh, that's deeply upsetting. I'm not sure I like that. Whereas I presume just the ones against the Vikings are just a bit racist, which is fine.
I think we just make fun of their chant when they go "Skull."
Yeah. Do you get dead? Oh, you probably do get dead Bengal ones, don't you? Oh no,
No, Lions.
Well, yeah, but I mean, other teams in other divisions.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, they've got a polka that goes, "The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck." You should look that up on YouTube.
But do they have a song that goes, "Do it for the shoe"? No.
Do you want me to find his?
No, I don't think that. No.
There's only a couple more weeks left. By the way, I did not make the playoffs in my fantasy football league. Started off 2-0. It's only been downhill since then. I think I've scraped out another 2 wins across the entire fucking seasons. Put me up next to like the fucking Saints, man.
Harsh. Okie doke. Should we do some content?
The theme is basically MAGA Civil War.
Yes.
So you can pick. There's some Candace in there. I think there's a longer form video about the fall of Ben Shapiro. There's
I already watched that one on stream the other day. But yes, we can do. Okay, well you mentioned Candace, so we'll do Candace rips Tim Pool's emotional meltdown to shreds.
Oh yeah, but can we talk about first? Did you cover the fact that Tim Pool claims that people were shooting near his house?
Yeah, and it's total bull. And I mean, I copped some flack from right wingers on Twitter because it's Twitter, for saying like I don't believe this. I'm sorry.
I don't believe
until I get independent corroboration, I don't believe that this is happening because it's Tim Pool saying it. And then the police from the local county said we have no evidence that this took place. Nothing was filed with us at all. So. Like as far as we're concerned, it didn't happen. Then
it's probably just fucking deer season. It's people just firing at deer.
He lives in West Virginia,
and him just freaking out and like using it as a way to shake the pot to get some more money out of his stupid followers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because he doesn't have that sweet Russian money propping him up, and he's like, I can't afford to do my podcast. Like, dude, how much does it cost to like you pay for all the equipment?
Yeah.
I need all my security. You're like, do you? Do you really?
You live in a compound with,
Yeah.
I presume, lots and lots of stolen cats at this point. I assume. I don't know. Catnapped. Anyway, yeah. So, this is from Oh No Sam Cedar, What a Fucking Nightmare, to give him his full title.
No, exactly.
Yeah, let's have a look.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland, a Majority Report. We mentioned yesterday that there is a...
I would fuck the shit out of Sam Cedar.
He is a good-looking man, isn't he?
He's got that silver fox thing going on.
Yeah.
And I imagine a very generous lover.
Yeah, you think I get that impression too. I think he would want to make sure you would be happy before he finished.
That is the kind of face that eats it from the back. And you can do the, oh, got your nose.
Crazy ongoing...
I apologise to the No Justice people who came in thinking, because No Justice does look more straight news type content.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, and I kind of drag her into a funnier place, and she drags me into a more newsy place, and it works out nicely. But then when her audience come here, they're like, they subscribe to No Justice because they want to listen to news. And now I'm
And
like,
what they did is like
Sam
flick jokes
Cedar.
and drama.
Sam Cedar looks like a kind of face I'd like to sit on. Like that's you don't get that on the fucking 10 o'clock news. Yeah.
war on the right. And it's sort of like there's like almost 3 different major poles that are fighting, I think. I mean, it could be more than this. But you'll recall
They're Polish?
that Charlie Kirk, before his death, was threatening to invite...
Hang on, whoa. Charlie Kirk died? When did
I didn't tell you. So I think I told you this in the chat, but I think it's worth saying. So my friends and I kind of went to a dark place at the Christmas markets, and we were getting the white wine, Glühwein. But you can get them.
Please do think, because we've talked about Charlie Kirk dying there. Is this a thing that will get Kev removed from this platform? Is it that dark?
Maybe.
Okay, well, okay. If I say when, you have to stop. Good.
All right. So I'll just say that we were drinking white wines with shots of Robert Amaretto.
Okay, right. Good so far.
And we might have given it a nickname.
Okay.
And I'll just leave it at that.
I'm guessing the word shot was in there.
Oh, a white with a shot, yeah.
That could be talking about anyone. That's
Yeah.
There's no name in that. That's fine.
No, that's just a description.
Exactly, and it was white, and it had a shot in it. So it's
But I'm not gonna go any further.
No, you don't need to. It's fine. Just absolutely. I mean, nothing actionable there. That's fine. Wonderful.
Yep.
Tucker Carlson to CPAC. Or not, was it to CPAC or TPUSA's?
TPUSA's big shindig.
Whatever that was. And maybe even Candace Owens.
Oh, pause.
And...
Whoa. Go on.
Are we also going to cover Milo and Benny Johnson?
If you wanna. I don't know anything about it.
With George Santos? Are you serious?
Is this
You
the
don't know about
gayest
this?
meeting? Is this the singularity of gayness that happened in this room? Okay, I don't know.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to have to look that up. I'll get you a link.
Well, while you do that, can you talk to people because I need a wee again.
All right. So, hey everyone. I was not prepared to talk to you all, but what Kevin doesn't know, and maybe y'all do, is that there was this weird confluence of personalities: Milo Yiannopoulos, George Santos, and Tim Pool on Tim Pool's podcast. And Milo decides to just go off on Benny Johnson, making accusations about his proclivities, about the impact on his wife, and these things happening, like there being drama in the reception bar of conservative conferences, and it's just drama. I mean, it's just right wing drama. But I'm glad we're finally getting to the point where the fascists, because they have power and they all see the vacuum that's being left, and none of them respect J.D. Vance whatsoever. They're all trying to crawl over each other to try to remain relevant. So, I mean, I guess if you're going to be watching from the sidelines because, the Democrats are useless and out of power, then infighting and self-destruction, I guess it's way better in the long run than them being united and competent, in my opinion. So I can't see the chat right now, but I'm going to just shout out, hey, anybody in the chat who's like posting, hi, how you doing? Hope you're having a great week or end of the week, going into the weekend. And that you are, I wish you guys could come and visit the German Christmas markets. They're so cozy. Okay, it's a little bit overpriced, and it's basically like the same stuff, a lot of the same stuff at the various markets. But there's nothing like standing outside with a bit of mulled wine and a big old sausage in your hands. Just going nuts.
I knew you'd descend into the gutter.
I heard you rustling, so I immediately made it.
You were in the gutter the whole time. Disgraceful. This is a family show. Tits. Thank you, Wayward Historian, for gifting us up to Jim Speak. Much love to you both. Anyway, did you find the thing? I don't know.
Oh no, because I was talking to the.
Oh, okay.
I was talking to your chat.
Well,
but I did.
Okay.
I guess it depends on where you want to watch it from, because there's a lot of coverage actually.
Well, I'll let you decide, but we'll get through this first, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Kevin Roberts of Heritage was mad that people were pushing back on that, and so he came out and said, I am okay with Tucker Carlson and with Nick Fuentes. And then J.D. Vance was asked about Fuentes, and he was hesitant to attack Fuentes.
Because Trump invited him to Mar-a-Lago, so it's fine. But remember, it's the leftists that are extreme.
Did you see Trump sucking up to the Democrats now that he's sucking ass on healthcare?
Yes, I did see that. Honestly, I think Mamdani's turned him.
Well, at first he's influencing his fashion.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. When you start liking someone, you start imitating them. You listen to the same music. You read the same shit.
You went for the dark overcoat with the burgundy, like ascotish sort of wraparound scarf. Hilarious.
And he definitely did turn the volume up because Daddy told him to.
He's nervous about Fuentes. And then Candace Owens starts to investigate the Charlie Kirk murder because...
Well, she's not investigating. She's making shit up.
She's making random and potentially libelous accusations.
It was this person, it was that person, it was Israel,
Yes.
it was basically anyone but the person who shot him.
It gets weirder. It gets weirder. Have you heard about the Egyptian planes yet?
Oh, no, but that sounds amazing.
Well, just let it run.
I'll give that a fair old go. Pharaoh! It's an Egyptian joke, God damn it!
Apparently, the actual killer of Charlie Kirk, either the FBI has screwed something up in a big way, or the killer is not the left-wing agitator they wanted him to be, and so they're not releasing it.
Oh yeah, did you see was it FBI or CIA, whatever, guy being questioned on Capitol Hill about the Antifas?
No.
Yeah.
No.
He was being interviewed. He's the head of something or other. I don't fucking care. And he was like, "Oh, we've got information about the Antifa headquarters." And one of the people, obviously a Democrat, went, and where is that exactly? And he's like, "Well, we can't really reveal all this information at the moment." And I was like, as the CEO of Antifa Incorporated Limited, Inc. PLC, I was really glad that he obviously doesn't have that information. So it's fine. It's fine. We're safe for now, lads. Let's go.
Where's NBC located? Oh, we can't possibly give out that address. That's
fine.
That's highly secured information.
Well, I love that MI6 have their headquarters. Everyone knows it. It was literally in the James Bond fucking film where he flies out the boat through the fucking side of the building.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have a sign outside that says MI6 on it.
Is
Why?
it secret?
Yeah, because it's secret. Surely that's
Don't want
just
the terrorists to
the
know.
the only person that's confusing is the fucking postman. That's the only person who's that's annoying. Everyone knows what that building is. Just like, no, that's not MI6. That's just an office building. It's fine. Yeah,
Yep.
it's fine. It's fine. It was in a fucking movie.
Any information 3 months later, which is weird. I mean, it's really weird. And this leaves this vacuum open for Candace Owens.
Yeah, Antifa goes to a different school. You wouldn't even know her.
Exactly.
It's in Canada.
You said that in
It's
the
fine.
chat.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah, I don't fucking go away. Yeah.
Well, when you interrupt, usually it's because you're more witty. You do things like in the moment as a kind of like
Yeah.
you're a bit more of a Paul Merton.
Well, thank you. I mean, that is far too grand a praise, but I do appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that was Segway.
Ah, nicely done. Nicely done.
I don't know if she's a grifter or if she's crazy.
Because of synergy.
Yes.
You know, who knows?
Yeah, she's a bit of both, I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's definitely a grifter, because I'm not sure she believes half the shit she
100%.
says. But, like, she is also crazy. This thing with Brigitte Macron.
Yes.
What the fuck is... That's unhinged.
Yes.
Oh, so I'm not going to cast aspersions on anybody. That's just not the way I operate. People know that about me. And
Everybody says that.
Everybody says that about me. But apparently Tim Pool is convinced that...
Oh, it's pronounced Sieg, like league. Well, why is it spelt the same way as Segway then? That's
yeah, like
confusing.
Candace Owens has been agitating things too much, and she's going to cost the Republicans the midterm elections.
What?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely Candace Owens, and not the fact that you're fucking dog shit bastards. No. Got nothing to do with that, no.
And the shitty policies where you could always find money for billionaire, trillionaire tax cuts, but you can't find money to make sure kids don't die for lack of health care.
Or 40 billion for your friend in Argentina.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. But, you know, American farmers, you want some sort... No, fuck you.
Yep.
That she is responsible for people shooting at his compound, which is really fascinating because Tim Pool, I think specifically in the past, has said nothing he said that was cited by shooters and killers in the past counts.
Yep.
So it's impossible for that to be motivating, which is
Can you pause
interesting. I just find it interesting.
Little did he know when Tim Pool kept predicting a civil war, it would be a MAGA civil war.
Yeah, well, indeed, yes.
You like that?
I see what you've done there, yeah. Civil War.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because he's getting shot at, allegedly. People are shooting at deer.
Yeah. Maybe the Civil War was the friends that became enemies that we made along the way.
Yes.
Yeah. Who would have thought in the hills of West Virginia you might hear gunshots?
Yeah. They don't never
Crazy.
use guns out there. No hunting.
Well, it's a no-gun zone.
Yeah.
Famously,
basically.
all of West Virginia, there isn't a single gun. Doesn't exist. Unheard of.
Anyways, Tim Pool, as we said yesterday, went off on Candace Owens and used a lot of vile language.
A vile C word is...
among others.
Among others, yeah.
He said cracker. What?
That would be
honestly,
very, very insulting, yes.
That is disgusting.
Oh my gosh, you're going to get banned now.
Oh dear,
You
I
should-
seem to have spotted a cunt.
I am going to get banned. And you know
Yeah.
what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the whites I offended with this. Okay?
And Candace Owens responded to Tim Pool.
Scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination.
To be fair, you all benefited.
Yeah,
Honestly-
because you ran to benefit
Yeah.
from it.
The best thing that ever happened to Erica Kirk went through her dead husband's neck.
See, and you were going to you caution me about my nickname for the drink we were drinking.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
By the way,
I can't
I
argue
listened.
that, yeah.
I listened to this whole thing that Tim just is about to do without pause, and at the end I was like, "Dude, you sound mad."
Yeah, you know, I think he's a little bit, his jimmies have been ruffled.
Yes.
To say
He's,
the least.
it's one of those examples of why, you know, men should be in politics and not women, because women are just too emotional.
Well, men are too. Well, you know what? He's probably on his period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, don't anticipate Candace's criticism.
Oh no, she
You
doesn't.
two are like a mind meld.
I've watched too much right-wing shit. Oh no.
You know all their misogynistic tropes at this point.
Yeah. Oh God. So anyway, this pick-me bitch is about to do some fucking silly misogyny in reaction to this other misogynist twat.
Yeah, basically.
By the way, Tim, you can dress a different way. You don't have to go with plaid shirt, t-shirt underneath, and beanie like it's 2003.
You know how Zelensky got shit for not wearing a suit to the White House? Tim wore that exact same fucking get-up to when he went to the press thing that he got.
He did. Well,
he got racist into. Yeah, affirmative action for an incompetent white man, basically.
True. DEI.
Yeah, we need a version of that for incompetent white men. Promotion.
True. Yeah, he went to some like black tie event. Wore the hat.
With a beanie on.
Wore the hat. To a fucking black tie event. What the fuck is like? You are bald, Tim. We know you're bald. It's obvious you're bald. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's his gender affirming care, that beanie.
Yeah, it's a safety beanie.
It is.
He's naked without it.
What she's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm done with these people.
She has security just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two No one's out for her. She's lying about all this.
Now, you know, I mean, if I, like...
Tim's mad.
You're up, bro. You
yeah,
okay?
Exactly.
You okay?
You sound mad.
You're a little bit angry. A little bit.
Yeah. Getting quite emotional here.
Dare I say, triggered?
Mm-hmm.
Which is ironic because someone shot at your house.
Yeah.
Apparently.
No, someone was hunting deer near him.
Yeah, no one shot at his house. Yeah, obviously. He's. You know what? I hope he's got the AC on because in that kind of temperature, a snowflake can melt.
Nice.
I don't know if Candace Owens ever specifically said, described Tim Pool's security. I don't know how he has so much security. He doesn't have a videotape of. How do you not have a video camera on that stuff?
Yeah,
he did. It's almost like he's making shite up.
Yeah, in order to get money and attention.
Say that he live streams his chicken coop, and if anybody has documented that, you can hear the shots.
Okay, but why wouldn't you?
Oh,
Timmy needs to take a chill pill, and I need a kitty bonk.
Thank you to Wayward Historian with 1312 bitties. That number could mean anything. I have no idea what that means. It's just random, I think.
He's got. I mean, I've been to his compound. It's a gated compound.
Did you hear what he'd made Sam Cedar do when he went to the compound?
No. Take a shower?
No. Okay. When he got to the airport, he was picked up by a team in a 4x4. Which is not, that's fine. That's fine, right? You're going to get a lift from the airport to because he lives out in the sticks.
For fuel efficiency,
Yeah.
you want a 4x4 for fuel efficiency purposes.
Well, he does live in the sticks, so like he's going to go up hills. And so, okay, that's not the end of the world. But Balaclava.
What? He wouldn't let him see where he lived?
Yeah, because he didn't want him to be able to see where he lived. So he literally over the full like sack over the head.
I have a question.
Place, and then sack over the head all the way back as well.
I have a question. Did he let him keep his mobile phone? Because all he'd have to do is drop a pin.
I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. I presume he did let him have his phone. Also, like, it's publicly available information at this point. We know where you live.
Yeah.
Like, you own a $2 million mansion or whatever it is in the middle of fucking nowhere in West Virginia.
Yeah.
There are like 2 of those there.
Yes.
Like, it's not that difficult to work out which one is you, Tim. The one with a fucking skate park in it. But either way, that's what you made him do, which is like, that's so pathetic.
It really is.
What? Well, you think Sam Cedar's going to leak your fucking information to the Antifa super soldiers?
Clearly.
Yeah.
I don't know why you wouldn't have video cameras up there, but whatever. But he seems to have just expressed like what all of Candace Owens. I mean, what's he going to do? Put a map out there for like her?
It's weird, yeah.
I mean, that seems weird to me.
And he emphasizes, he goes on.
But you know, Tim, it really does seem like Tim is having an emotional breakdown. Matt.
Yeah, he is.
Too much soy. That's the problem.
Yeah, he needs to get off the soy.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Just have regular milk. You don't need almond milk. You don't.
Or soy milk. Even.
I thought that's what isn't. Are they not the same thing? I don't fucking
No.
know. I don't
soy
know what
milk
these
is
things are.
from soybeans. Yeah.
I don't know. I get it. I drink. I'm so manly. I drink it straight from the cow's tit. All right. I've got a cow just off screen. It's very quiet and still.
You're one of those raw milk advocates.
Exactly, because I don't want your big pharma shit in my.
Yeah, I don't
so
want
I've
your
got
pasteurization.
exactly evil.
Taking out any infections or diseases or bacteria.
Louis Pasteur, the first cock. I'm telling you, right? You get it. You just squeeze it straight from the tit, and it's not even gay because you're not even wanking off a cock. So it's fine.
You know what I mean?
I do, yeah.
You are having an emotional breakdown.
Right?
Now.
Yeah, it does feel like that. But keep going.
You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security.
I've got a 4-foot wall and I'm a fat guy. I've got the same security as Candace Owens. But to be fair, I don't live in a gun hellscape. So
True.
You know.
I mean, if Tim was worried about guns, you think he'd be more in favor of, I don't know, gun safety laws, but
well, exactly. Well, Tim, what happened, mate? You were attacked with a gun. Where were all the good guys with the guns to stop him?
Yeah, exactly.
Dickheads.
Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my property, and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who try to live there. How the am I even supposed to sell this property?
Yeah, that's the concern. That's the concern.
No.
How is he supposed to flip that building if his residents are getting beaten up? Not his residents, their safety or anything.
No, fuck that noise. They're
yeah, exactly.
They're
They're just people.
Yeah, fuck them. Think about my property values, yeah?
Yeah.
My portfolio will suffer.
Won't someone think of the property values?
Well, that's the thing. The property values are the real victims here.
Yes.
You think about
exactly.
It. Yeah. Sell it to Aquaman. Yes. Classic memes. Love it.
So there's a lot to unpack there. First and foremost, what you are seeing right there is not a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys, okay?
True.
What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen. Everything he is...
What are you talking about?
I know.
Oh.
I know. She manages to insult women, instead of Tim Pool, which is just...
They'll definitely, Candace, they will pick you. They will.
Yeah.
Doing there is somebody who is not a man, he is not tough, and he would never dare to speak to a man like that, right? People that...
I don't think he'd speak to a woman like that in real life, because he's a pussy.
He's been upset before. I'm trying to think, he also apparently name-checked Megyn Kelly for another reason. He does seem to be, the men on the right just generally tend to beat down on women. Just look at the way that men on the right treat trad wives, like Lauren Southern, who, just had too much of a career, and they're like, shut up and go have babies.
Yeah.
It's a really fucked up situation.
Yeah.
They want to preserve patriarchy, but they also want women to explain why patriarchy is good. So they're kind of in a bind where they need to elevate women, but then they also have to tell them to go shut up.
Well, exactly. Yeah. It's almost like a modern version of the Madonna whore complex.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they want to set up the game so women can't win.
Yeah.
So don't.
But then they want to put women in
front
front to explain it and take all the bullets for them, be their shield.
Yeah. Well, there's only one person taking bullet. Kev, stop it! Stop it! Get yourself fucking banned again. And by the one person, I meant Tim Pool's house.
Yes.
So.
Well, the deer near
Tim
Pool's
the
house.
deer that was 3 miles away from Tim Pool's house. Yes.
Yeah.
that find that very easy. Secondly, Tim Pool doesn't even have the intellect to understand that we put him in the thumbnail.
Hold on for a second. Before we get to Candace Owens saying that Tim is...
I will ask you, Madcat, sorry. Christy, would you like to join Madcat on stream? She's a crazy Scottish woman.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'll put you in touch in the Discord or something. And
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we can't promise anything because he's busy right now, and over Christmas and New Year's weird. But like at some
Yeah, yeah. I mean, things will actually, once it hits Christmas, I'm not going anywhere. I do have a friend in hospital, and she's going to be in hospital for Christmas, which really sucks. So this is another thing on the evenings. I'm going to go visit her. Like right now, I'm doing her laundry. I'm going to take it back to her tomorrow because she's running out of fresh, like leggings and things to wear. But on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and Boxing Day, I should be pretty free if that works.
So you're the laundry cook.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because when you get in your hospital for a week, you can't do it yourself, and you need clean clothes.
Well, not with that attitude. No. Pull yourself up. Pull yourself up by your IV straps.
Yeah. Just like have some laundry detergent delivered to your room and do it in the shower.
True. Did Christy ever see the "Women Know Your Limits" sketch?
Oh yes,
Harry
of course.
Enfield. Yeah, classic.
Yeah, fucking brilliant.
Women know your limits.
What are they talking about? Monetary policy?
Yeah, I love this sketch as well. The kind of 1950s science bit where it's like, this is a woman's brain, and it's like just squiggly lines. And stuff.
Stupid.
Which ironically is my mind. That is how information goes in, as like a ball of yarn.
I think it's. I have to say, I don't agree with Candace Owens on just about anything, and but I do have to say that I thought Tim.
Are you suggesting that Hitler was bad regardless of his foreign policy?
Exactly. Like even if he would have just stayed in Germany, still would have been bad.
Still a bad dude, yeah. No.
By the way, it's kind of funny that you talked about a ball of yarn because I'm knitting as we do the show.
Oh my God, you're just like my mum. She does crochet. Well, I think I've shown you before, haven't I? Have I got the terrible crochet Sonic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the best prank ever. Did you ever? Don't ever confirm it. Just let it sit out there. I mean, now you're gonna have to explain it to the people who don't know the lore.
Oh God. Okay. So my younger brother, who is, how do I put this? A twat. Anyway, he likes playing silly little games. So he'll tell my mum that I'm into like certain things that I'm not into, so that she will go and buy me specific gifts based on that. Because my mum's a gifter. She sees some old tat and she buys it and gives it to someone. So everyone she knows has just got a house full of shit that she has very generously and thoughtfully, considerately bought, but that no one really wants. Right?
So you first got the red one. Who was the red one?
Oh, I got a Knuckles. That's
out of
Sonic,
nowhere.
But that was like a proper one. That's like an official merchandise thing that she saw, right? And because he told her that I was into Sonic the Hedgehog. I wasn't. I played the game very briefly when I was like 12 or something.
By the way, Kevin doesn't know this, right? Kevin doesn't know his brother.
Yeah, no, he does this behind my back, right? I don't know anything about it. And then, brilliantly, right, I think I had to miss a stream one night because I had to drive his fucking child to the hospital because she's got very she's like Mr. Potato Head. She's got very detachable arms.
Oh.
She's dislocated her shoulders and things many times. She's a fucking nuisance. Apparently it'll fuse and when she grows, she'll be fine. But for now, like, you can't swing her around by her arms because her body might fall off or something. Anyway, mental. So I drove her and the mother to the hospital, all the rest of it. And then my mum turned up a couple of hours later at like fucking 4 in the morning or something. And she, as we were walking out, because basically you leave them alone. Because there's nothing else we can do here, so we might as well go home and sleep. And she said, "Oh, Kev, I got something for you." So I went over to her car, and in the boot, in the trunk of the car, she pulled out this awful thing. It's somewhere in the pile of shite I've got on that sofa there. All I can see is Paddington Bear, and that's of no use to me. Anyway, she had lovingly put together this fucking crocheted Sonic the Hedgehog, and it's horrific. I can't put this thing on display. I still got it, so like when she comes round or something, I'll be like, "Oh, I've still got the thing," all that. I show her that I've still got these things, But I can't put that on display. It would
Yeah,
give
and
people
I think
nightmares.
you just worked out that your brother must have told her
Yeah.
that you like Sonic the Hedgehog, and that is the only thing that explained her
It's
behaviors.
the only connection. And when I mentioned that in front of him, the smile of betrayal that crossed his face. He knew, and I knew that he knew, and he knew that I knew that he knew. Telepathic. Anyway, telepathic
You
and
dickhead.
psychopathic. Right? He also told that I was into Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft in my life. So for one of the Christmases, she got me and it was again a lovely thing, right? A little like a box set of little spongy fucking characters from the series or whatever. I've never liked it. Never been interested in it. Never shown any. But because the only thing I talk to her about is like, I don't know, family or whatever, right? So she doesn't really know a lot of my interests.
Mm-hmm.
So she asks other people, and my brother, rather than saying what my actual interests are,
He just makes shit up.
makes shit up. And then so she then buys me loads of things or makes me think, puts heart and soul into creating these things. And they're fucking horrible. They're awful. What am I supposed to do with it? Anyway, but bless her, she does anyway, and so that's
the story behind the Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah. So anyway, she does crochet, which is sort of like knitting but with one needle.
Yeah, very much like knitting. Yeah, but in solid blocks or in patterns. Whereas I can only knit scarves.
Fair enough. Well, she actually, one of the things she did do with me, she crocheted me a blue and white stripy scarf for the Blues.
Oh.
So I go to the football,
Oh,
and I've got
nice.
it's really nice and warm, beautiful.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing I am into.
Mm-hmm.
Staying warm and football are two things I enjoy.
Yeah. How could anyone not know you're into football? I mean, that's just.
Well, she
it's a
does know
safe
that.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the safe option. Is she gets me like a Blues key ring or something. You know, like she knows all that.
Was aside from him being misogynist in that, in that rant of his, because we didn't play the part where he called her a C word, but I've noticed this trend with Tim too. Tim does not act that way towards men. Tim didn't.
Oh, you know what? I've been caught out here. I've been caught out.
What?
If you've never played Minecraft, what could you possibly mean when you say in Minecraft after things? Oh shit!
Busted.
My secret. Yeah, busted. Yeah. She could crochet you the 1970 Brazilian football team. That is a callback. Fuck me. I said that 3 hours ago. I said they were the best football team ever. But yeah, if she wants to crochet me a little Pele, I'm good.
Aw. Yeah.
Not call me what he called Emma after she left. He accused her of pedophilia.
What the fuck? What the? Whoa.
Tim Pool is such a piece of shit.
Whoa. That's bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad. Yeah. What was the goal you recommended watching? I think it's the last goal. It's basically a goal where there's a million passes, and then the Jarzinho runs from off screen to score a goal in the final against Italy. It's exceptional.
When I went to see Tim, he was, and there was plenty of times where he was like tough, he never got as angry and as emotional and unbalanced as he did there. But Tim was
agreeable for much of it.
Well, I was going to say supplicant. Supplicating a little. I mean, there was a lot of he was timid around me.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm a...
To be fair, though, that's what happens with alphas and betas.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can smell the pheromones.
Mm-hmm.
A physically imposing person.
You were wearing a leather jacket.
I was not wearing a leather jacket. No, I was not.
You didn't strike a match off your beard?
No, but he was wearing a shirt made out of the scalps of his enemies.
Yeah.
Which, again, that can be intimidating. But you know what? If you've got it, flaunt it. Right?
Why else do you collect them?
Yeah.
I mean, Tim did say to me when I got up from his table, they're mad at me. And I was like, who, your staff? And he goes, no, my audience. Because they think I agreed with you so much.
The
Now,
chat was
that
tapping
I
out.
did find. I mean, I did find that to be interesting because he really did. He really backed down
Sucked
from
up.
everything that, except for the fact that he thought that rape wasn't real. What was it that he said about abortion? He had
There's obligations if you are raped before you can get an abortion.
Oh, right. You know what? Maybe we'll
What?
go. I'm gonna.
We have to fill in paperwork or something. What?
Yeah, probably.
What? He's a weirdo.
Get a notary.
Go
in.
over maybe. We'll put out a couple of clips of that because I never really got to it because I had to go for the election and my mother passed away that weekend. But I think she's onto something here. I don't know if it's just estrogen or testosterone.
Tim Pool's just intimidated by his hairline. True.
That might be the case.
Yeah. It's like one of those little naked cats seeing a big furry fucking cat walking.
With all the wrinkles on it.
Yeah, exactly. He's a bit of fried chicken, whereas Sam Cedar walks in like a Maine Coon. Is that the
yeah.
Big fluffy fucking thing. Yeah. And you know what? I can understand him feeling inferior. He doesn't need to though. It's fine. Being a piece of raw chicken is absolutely fine.
I don't know, but I definitely think that Tim is being a little bit. It's weird because in that same rant, he complained about getting so many texts from right-wing talkers who were afraid to go after Candace Owens and applauding him, and he got really mad. But there was only one name that he said, and it was Megyn Kelly. I mean, it's like he's afraid to call out men who did that. I said it's like that. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow or today he will criticize
JD Vance or someone.
the right-wingers who reached out to him who were male.
We live in such a weird world, like, because that's a perfectly salient person to mention, JD Vance, but like he's the fucking vice president.
Yeah. He shouldn't be on disgusting, calling into podcasts or spending time with podcasters.
I mean, I don't want to be one of those people like, can we go back when we used to be able to just grill? But like, there does need to be some level of standards, I think. The vice president shouldn't know who the fuck Candace... Well, actually, no, I suppose you might know who Candace Owens is. But like, they certainly shouldn't know... Tim Pool shouldn't be anywhere near the fucking White House.
No.
Jesus Christ.
And he will call them, put a name to the coward label, but he only seems to do it with women.
True.
And I mean, how many right-wing women are there in that world anyways? But Candace Owens is about to make the argument that Tim is...
Carlos Alberto, that's who scores the goal. Sorry, yeah, that's the goal I'm talking about, yeah.
Stupid. I want to see if this one resonates too.
Secondly, Tim Pool doesn't even have the intellect to understand that we put him in the thumbnail because he accused me in a full episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, which we showed and contextualized, of being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Well, you did.
Yeah.
So did
Tim.
So did Tim. So did all of your right-wing wankers. Yeah.
So did Trump. So did JD Vance. So did his wife.
Yeah, Erica Kirk's way richer and more powerful than she's ever been.
I didn't know her name before he died.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he thinks he's being accused. No, you accused me of that in like a actually, I think it was 2-hour episode with Milo Yiannopoulos in which Milo defended me and explained that...
I don't know who this Milo guy is. Is that my bitch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
guy.
Milo.
Yeah.
I am not to blame for the lame excuses that the feds have given us regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination, and that if we do need to have some spiritual searching in terms of what the Republican Party has become, that the time for that is now. Okay. So this little, and I really like, he's a small person for this, a very small person who's also theatrical.
I'm going to disagree with Candace here. I'm going to, she's saying that Tim is a small person. He's of dim intellect.
He is.
He's an average height for Napoleon's time.
True. He is of both moral and physical stature a small man.
Yeah. He's theatrical. I think she's saying that he's sort of like putting on a show and he's not really, none of this is really true. He's being insincere. And I'm going to disagree with Candace Owens that I think the Republican Party needed to reflect spiritually a long time ago. That's the part I would disagree with.
Sam, see you crafty little devil. I love it. I love it.
And what she's been saying here. Let's continue this.
Smollett, who pretends every year like.
Sorry, I need to get this dig about Tim doing a lot of Jussie Smollett content coming from somebody who probably also did a lot of that content.
A very small person who is also theatrical, Timothy Smollett, who pretends every year like.
Timothy Smollett. Okay.
People are trying to kill him. He's a chronic fence sitter, okay? Pretending like he is.
No, Tim, that does not mean you can black up. No.
Mm.
Because that's in his head. He's like, can I use the N-word now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Braving the wilderness for being what? The 110,000th person who's making a video about Candace Owens in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. He thinks he's pioneering that? Are you out of your mind? It's only the safest thing you can do. What's next? Is he going to make a video and call Kanye West anti-Semitic? Like that's what he's pioneering.
Okay, but like, do you think he is anti-Semitic?
Of course she doesn't.
Yeah.
Right now, oh my gosh, so original. Like, is he going to call Donald Trump evil in 2016? This is the storm that he's braving, is jumping on the side of what everyone else is doing. He is a fundamentally weak man for what he did there. He should apologize. He won't. I don't care what happens to his platform. He's now essentially trying out because he's under financial pressure. He's trying out for Zionists to pay him, and they will. Okay, they will cut him a check, and I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy. But to do that to
see, even when they're right-wing dickheads,
yep,
black women will drag you.
Well, I was gonna say, throwing that anti-Semitism in there.
Well, I mean, she is an anti-Semite, yeah, but but black women will fucking snatch your wig.
I mean, she didn't mention the Russian money, which would have been way more appropriate.
Well, yeah, because A, she's pro-Russia, and B, she's
Yeah.
probably getting paid by Russia as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
Yeah, that'd be a little too close to home.
Exactly. You don't bite the hand that feeds.
Mm-hmm.
someone who has never done any.
Unless you're a cat, in which case that's sort of a cute thing. But you do, you know.
It's in the job
thing
description.
to you other than disagree with you about the Charlie Kirk narrative. I have not focused my content on you, and anytime your name has come up, it has been because you
Okay,
have
this is just getting into drama. I mean, I think she makes a lot of good points about Tim, but
True. In a way, it benefited Kirk because it whitewashed his image. I mean, yeah, but like there was a very, very significant downside to this for Charlie Kirk as well.
Yes.
There's one big gaping hole in your theory here.
I'm not going to touch that one. So, that was that. Should we move on to more drama?
We can do, yes.
All right. So there's a whole bunch of content that covers it, but I can't like co-sign because sometimes it's like really awful people who are covering this. So the Bulwark, they're a bunch of like shit lib Republicans, but they're anti-Trumpers. But I did watch their stuff and they've got the relevant bits. So,
I thought
the
Bulwark were like shit lib Democrats.
No. Well, I mean, they're kind of with the Democrats now because they feel like the Republican Party left them.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought
But,
I thought they were just like anti-Trump, like Democrats.
Yeah. They are that. They're like the disaffected independents, basically, now who side with the Democrats because it's a two-party system, and they're all a bunch of like political consultants.
Oh, okay. Spouts.
So,
yes.
yeah.
I mean, special advisor, not like that wasn't like a slur. Because that sounds like a slur to me, but anyway. Yes. I mean, two very interesting hairlines. And then Rory McIlroy.
What's that? Will, you might know him from Twitter. He covers he goes into the right-wing conspiracies. He's
Yeah.
basically their like expert on all things
Yeah.
MAGA insanity.
Yeah, I've seen him talking like Q stuff and things in the past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What
He's
are
an
their
expert
names?
on that, sadly.
Sam Stein, Tim Miller, and Will Sommer.
Yes, that's the
Yeah,
guy.
that's the lad. Yeah.
Hey everybody, it's me, Sam Stein, managing.
I love Sam Stein's got no. Watch this drive. The bush meme
Yeah.
behind him,
Yeah.
which is above his play button, which is interesting. Yeah. Anyway, talking of people with interesting holes in their upper body, Abe Lincoln as well. What?
Too soon? Too soon.
Too soon. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Editor at the Bulwark, I am joined by Tim Miller and Will Summer. It's your favorite trio. This is a Bulwark Take production, so subscribe to that feed. We're gonna get into the habit of saying it's Bulwark Takes. I was told that we should do that.
Yeah, and subscribe. We wouldn't have to do that if you people would just subscribe. Okay, subscribe, comment, tell your friends.
I appreciate that. Never have I been more nervous about a Bulwark Takes than this one.
This is libel.
This has
There's a lot
such
of libel potentially.
Yeah. The gay panic meltdown consuming the MAGA right.
Yes.
Just suck dick, lads. It's fine. You don't need to be weird about it. It's actually fine. Jesus.
High potential to go off the rails in multiple directions, including legal ones. So I'm going to play the role of, organizer here, and I'm going to let these two fellas cook. Yeah.
Straight
This
man.
is about Benny
Literally.
Johnson and Milo Yiannopoulos. They appear to be tiffing over the weekend. Will, as the person who's...
What's a tiff? Different meme.
Swims in these waters most. What is going on?
Sure. Someone in my chat. Wow, Kev. Lincoln had a family. Yeah, I apologise to Mary Todd and to all of the Lincoln family for any hurt I caused them. I'm sorry.
So Benny Johnson, very prominent right-wing podcaster. He's been dogged, I would say, for years by accusations that I would say are unfounded, at least publicly, that he's gay. And Milo Yiannopoulos...
For legal reasons. I have to say they're unfounded.
Yeah, Benny Johnson, all I'm saying is other people have suggested Benny Johnson might be gay as fuck. I would not say that, though.
Stop it.
Just saying.
Get some help.
A longtime right-wing provocateur. Well, we'll get...
Who, again, claims not to be gay, but other people have claimed, including himself not that long ago, that he's gay as fuck.
Did marry a man.
Yeah, did marry a man and talked about how much he loves black cock for fucking 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
But, I wonder how he's getting on with these black, not husband.
Yeah.
I hope they're happy. Actually, that's not true. I hope they're not very unhappy. They're bad people. But you know what I mean.
We made it a minute.
Unfounded. I was with you until the word unfounded felt a little far. Then maybe you could say disputed. I would say disputed.
Let's say disputed.
Maybe unfounded.
And so Milo Yiannopoulos, kind of longtime right-wing provocateur, he goes on Tim Pool's show and really goes on the offensive and says, we all know these stories. Everyone in the conservative world knows these stories about Benny being gay and hooking up with guys. This is important because Benny has really...
Well, we literally know from the heat maps of when they have one of these political like CPAC or Turning Point USA events, Grindr in that local area goes fucking crazy.
I think that might just be a meme. I don't know that it actually is like statistically the case, but I like the meme anyway. I hope it's true, but I don't know that it is.
They be fucking.
I'm sure they do be fucking.
Yeah. And not all of them are creating Aryan Jew babies. The famous phrase from
Laura Loomer.
Laura Loomer and her pissy bloomers. Yes.
Position himself as like a very traditional family man. He has a bunch of kids. He's married to a woman. And now
talking of people who like to suck right-wing cock.
But yeah, I mean, he can have all those things and like to...
She sucked the president of the United States dick.
Yeah.
She did that. Actually, he was president in waiting, I suppose, technically. Do you reckon she's done it since?
I don't want to think about that. I mean, I am fasting at the moment. It does reduce my appetite when I have to think about that.
Yeah, just, I could move on. And no one would have to think about that again. But you'll notice, I haven't done that.
You're not moving on yet.
I haven't done that, no, just letting that linger.
Now it's gotten to the point where Benny is threatening to get revenge in the legal arena.
I should just add on to that really quick. Traditional family man is important because he has positioned himself specific, like in the capital T trad sense. Like I've watched speeches at TPUSA where he talks about traditional family, get a wife, get a piece of land.
Yeah, he's literally the fucking evil bastard who said that trans people need to be driven out of public life.
Yeah, he's a total piece of shit.
Yeah, no, he's an absolute piece of work.
So let them fight.
Yeah, oh no, absolutely. No, I revel in their suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Get children. Not like also a family man. I have a family, but I don't know that counts in his view. I think that's an.
Thank you, chat. Yes, Benny brackets fond of the close brackets Johnson. It is an unfortunate name for a homophobic gay man to have Johnson as your name. So anyway, Benjamin Penis.
Important way to
yes,
it's
and I think that was Milo
delineate.
kept pointing. I think Milo pointed out that he keeps posting pictures of his family. He's very public about it. But I guess before I turn it over to Tim about this stuff, the only thing that has been kind
I don't care about his beard. I'm not interested.
His wife. Okay.
Yeah, that's
yes.
the phrase that gets used.
Yes.
And then basically,
I was
he's
just
using
went back to Sam Cedar lighting a match on his, and I got distracted.
Sam Cedar's a distracting man.
Yeah.
No, I'm referring to the expression that closeted gay men would use.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, he's using his children in that same way.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
They're little baby beards.
Yeah, little baby beards. Yeah.
It's fine to be bi.
unanswered.
It's fine. It's fine. Or even if you're gay, you can still be a good dad.
Yeah.
You know, you and your wife might need to have a different
You and your
arrangement.
lavender marriage.
Yeah. You know.
To me, Will, is just why now? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, I believe Milo has brought this issue up in the past, but I mean, I think we can see this as part of a broader attack on kind of like the ramparts of establishment conservatism. We can look at Candace Owens' conspiracy theories about Turning Point USA.
Oh, we're on a hype train. How did that happen?
Choo.
Thank you, Late Night Bus, for subscribing for 4 months with Prime. Much love. Apparently we're 2020. Yeah, we're on the hype train. If we get to level 2 of the hype train, I will finger Benny Johnson's marriage because it might be about to break down. FYI, after the 2016 RNC in Cleveland, a Vice article that cited sources from Grindr around the area in 2016. Something hub saw user traffic increase by 66%.
Oh, okay.
It
didn't crash though, but yeah, it did shoot up.
Other Grindr hotspots like Times Square, Capitol Hill, Disneyland, and South Beach, Florida saw no comparable increase in user traffic at the same time. Yeah, because the RNC was in town, so some of the most eligible closeted bachelors were.
Yeah. I think the meme is that it crashed, in Milwaukee, and I don't think it did. But
no,
thank you for that accurate representation. With a 66% increase in user activity in the area is now fact based, and I feel better about that assertion.
Well, yeah, because I wouldn't say it crashed because you'd assume in a big city they've got pretty good infrastructure, because there's lots of people who love to suck dick in cities, because there's lots of people that live there, and lots of dicks to be sucked. So, where are we? Thank you, Swirly Curly, for 38 months. Seriously, you could have spent that money on crack cocaine. What are you doing? Thank you, Madcat, for gifting a sub, and thank you, Madcat, for gifting another sub. I've got to go to... Where does Benny Johnson's marriage live? I don't know.
In the Arctic?
I mean,
it's freezing.
It's frosty. It is frosty.
Yeah.
That is true. Although I always feel the Arctic's a bit wet. Really.
Unlike Ben Shapiro's wife.
Well, that's sort of the joke I was doing. Right? Yeah.
We can look at the rise of Nick Fuentes, and Milo is. I don't think this is as big a deal as those other things, but Milo's kind of like putting his little ladder up on the castle and trying to climb up. I mean, he sees Benny correctly as kind of like part of the Turning Point USA operation broadly.
Yeah, before we get into the Prurient stuff, this is important about why this matters in this broader crack up that we're seeing on the MAGA right. And you can think about it, I think, more as, there's kind of a couple of factions. There's like a traditional, I don't think there's any old establishment anymore, but there's like
ruined, chat. You've embarrassed yourself. The Arctic is not a fucking desert because the Arctic doesn't have any land. It's a sheet of ice. You're talking about the Antarctic. You fool! Open the schools.
Someone failed geography.
Exactly. Tish.
Actually, I didn't know that either.
Really? Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I knew Antarctica was one of the continents, but I didn't really make the deduction that the Arctic wouldn't be then.
No, the Arctic isn't really a thing. It's just ice.
Yeah.
There isn't land there.
Well, Europe also isn't a continent. It's just Western Asia.
Yeah, that bit that's the guy did that you showed us, wasn't it?
Yeah. He's like, my thumb is still part of me.
Yeah, it was. What was it? It was like the body and the arm are not two
Yeah.
different things. My arm doesn't get a separate passport. It's true. Europe isn't a continent.
Nope.
But the Europeans made the maps and went, no, this bit's really important, so that's a continent.
Yeah. Even though everything else is basically land surrounded by water.
Yeah,
But
we're
white
not.
people need their own special continent.
Whereas we went, let's cut it off at the bit where it starts to get too big to pretend it isn't different.
I mean, imagine if we had to call ourselves Western Asia.
Oh my God! Oh, the whitoids would lose it.
Exactly.
Freak out. Yeah. Also, the Balkans is not a peninsula. That's not what a peninsula is. Italy is a peninsula. Iberia is a peninsula. Cornwall or whatever, the southwest of England, that's a peninsula. The Balkans is just a big bit of land. It's not a peninsula. Stop it.
A MAGA establishment, which is like people that have traditional Republican views that have Donald Trump, kind of, an artifice, like a Trumpian orange artifice on top of their traditional Republican views. Ben Shapiro would fit that category. Then you have kind of like the MAGA establishment.
Ben Shapiro is the most naked grifter ever, because he had the right take. If you're a Republican, like a traditional Republican, you shouldn't support Donald Trump because he's not.
Yeah.
He's really not.
The way that he's like making businesses like sell part of their profits to the government and tariffing everything and
And demanding 5 years of social media just for a tourist. What?
Yeah. Oh God.
What kind of nanny state bullshit is this?
Yeah.
By the way,
does he
there's
want
no
to destroy? No one's going to come to the World Cup if you do that.
Like you have to be allowed back in because you've got a passport. Although to be fair, you might not be allowed back out.
So I don't need the
again.
visa, so I don't have to fill out the form.
They might not let you back out again.
Yeah.
But they do have to let you back in. Whereas I've got no chance.
Yeah.
Not a chance. England is a peninsula. No, it isn't. Stop it. A peninsula is a smaller piece of land connected to a larger piece of land by a thin strip.
Maybe at one point before the channel flooded.
Yeah. You know what? Well, technically that would be the UK or the kind of Great Britain area.
Great Britain,
with
not
Doggerland
just England,
would have been the isthmus, and Great Britain would have been a peninsula. But the water stopped that chat.
Yeah.
Stop it. Okay, basically everything in Europe is a peninsula except the islands, because Europe is a peninsula of peninsulas. No, it isn't, because it broadens out. Once it gets into Russia and Eastern Europe, it broadens out. So it's not connected by a thin strip, is it? You cannot say the length of the Volga River is a fucking isthmus. No. Stop it. Stop trying to force isthmuses and peninsulae. I don't know if
Madison,
that's the
Wisconsin sits on an isthmus.
Yeah?
Yeah, between two lakes, Monona and Mendota.
He's just making stuff up now.
No, we go look on a map.
It's like with the Australians. Stop it.
We actually had a paper called The Isthmus.
Peninsula are like a Brazilian.
You mean like the waxing?
Yeah, I was like, Brazil isn't a peninsula. What are you talking about? I was about to go mental on you.
That's when I hear Brazilian, I don't think football.
Well, no, they're not even talking about football. Yeah, they're talking about
waxing. Yeah,
pubic hair.
Downstairs.
Yeah,
a minge topiary.
True.
Which was basically Charlie Kirk was representing that, like more MAGA views, departing from the net true conservatism on a variety of issues, particularly foreign policy in Israel, and then you have kind of this outsider group that is trying to argue that they are the real MAGA, right? That they represent the real MAGA establishment. And that is what this fight is about, like the Kirk legacy, where you will have, Milo is on with Tucker. You have the Milo, Tucker, Candace crowd, arguing their view. And I think Benny, in his way, having been, working with Charlie and having always speaking at Charlie's events and being the brains behind. So this may be something to think about. The stagecraft at PTP USA events he was very big on stagecraft.
What are you trying to
say? Nothing, just pointing that out. And so he is. I think that is when you say why now, right? Like that is part like this ongoing broad fight over the Kirk legacy and who represents the MAGA establishment. Benny is in that more traditional side.
And he's got 4 million followers.
Huge
audience. He's a huge audience. I'll just note, so I think it's worth just sort of going over how this all...
Oh, that's cool. You met Sam Cedar. Oh, nice. Ooh. That's in the Discord. Oh, yeah. He's a bit less grey there, so that must be a few years old. That's still cool.
Yeah, you should look at the intro like, hey, join our channel. He looks so young.
Oh, no. Oh, you're having you fucking kidding, Sam Cedar. You're having a laugh, mate. But anyway, yeah, you met the guy from Bob's Burgers, so that's cool. Because he's in Bob's Burgers, right?
No, but
yeah.
That's right. He did voice work.
Yeah. He's one of the voice people.
Yeah.
It was actually the work on the Bob's Burgers movie that the movie was real, but that he faked in order to deke out, if you will, what you call it, fucking Stephen Crowder.
Yeah.
To pretend like, I'm not going to be streaming today because I'm doing a voiceover bit. He wasn't, chat.
All started again because...
Also, fair play to Peter with Isthmus time, mistletoe and wine.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Also, that thing I sent you, the magical penis wine?
Yes.
Right.
Where was that from? You want to give any context to that?
On social media somewhere. And I got someone did it. Do you know the song "Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time"?
Yeah. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time.
If we sing it again,
Paul McCartney. Yeah. I was alive when that song came out.
Oh, well, yeah, that would have gone to America then, yeah. You're never sure with some stuff because you're like, well, why would Americans have heard of this act from the 70s or whatever?
It's only Paul McCartney.
But it's only Paul McCartney. What was he in the
Wings? I think
the Bristols or something.
No, he was in Wings. He was in that.
Oh yeah, only the band the Beatles could have been.
Yeah.
To quote Alan Partridge. What was I going to say? Anyway, yeah. So the joke was. Simply having a magical penis wine, and it fits well there.
Yeah.
Basically, Milo's going on Tim Pool's podcast, and
Christy does have a beautiful voice.
Get anything wrong? Says Benny's always posting pictures about his children, and
should we just watch the video?
Yeah, watch the video.
One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody.
And I should know because I was there fucking him.
Yeah, exactly.
I sucked his dick so many times. Check my last 2 comments. I'm being annoying about peninsulas. Apparently, no thin strip of land is required. Yes, it is. I don't care about your definitions. I know what a peninsula and an isthmus is, and I will not be disagreed with. Okay, this is the thin strip of land as a hill that I will die on.
He knows.
I don't. No. I don't know what you're talking about.
Men.
What? Whoa.
Yes, I told you.
I'm sorry. You don't think that the right wing in America have a gay overtone to them? You, George DeValdo Santos, the gayest man in the history of humanity.
Whose baby is that?
I don't know. Is it yours? Not yet. What? The fuck are you talking about? Absolutely. What the Also, why aren't you in jail? Ridiculous.
Yeah. Should be in jail.
Fucking mad shit. You've literally got a picture of a cock behind you. Sorry, I don't know.
Younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 sasses in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Okay, that's a very specific thing that I don't think you have evidence for.
Oh, he addresses this as well. So
Okay,
keep playing.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say
Yeah,
some
let me-
crazy.
let me-
I'm sitting here
Yeah,
like.
because I don't think he can unless you've got that recorded. I presume she wouldn't admit to that in a courtroom, so he could sue you to fuck. Because that's a very specific claim against a very specific pair of people.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Except
and in
he's a
America.
public figure, which makes it much harder in America to get to sue someone.
That is true. But you are accusing them of doing something very.
Yeah, I mean, but
frowned
would you?
upon in some circles, I guess.
Does Benny want to risk the depositions?
True, the discovery phase might be a bit of an issue,
Embarrassment,
especially if he
mhm.
really is into dick. Because,
Yeah.
presumably there's, I was going to say a paper trail, but more like a snail trail. Really, you think about it.
Like, I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
audacity,
to just
to-
I mean, there's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said
there are no teapot. What the fuck is
The
that mean?
tea. He's spilling the tea.
Oh, okay. I was thinking teapot when you put your one hand on your side to express, when you
Oh,
when you
I'm
to
a
go
little teapot.
yeah, like that. I was thinking that, but the anyway, I don't fucking know. I'm not gay enough, am I?
Well, you're gay in your own way.
I'm
That's
gay in my own
important.
way. Look, right. I may have sex with men, but culturally, I'm unfortunately still disgustingly
Very,
straight.
very straight,
It's
yeah.
annoying, I know. Although, actually, what I will say is, gaydar is a thing.
Oh yeah,
It
for sure.
absolutely exists, right? Before, I was even thought of myself as sexually interested in men, it just never occurred to me. And now you notice. Now you're like,
Oh,
hang on a minute,
okay.
that's. Did
Yep,
he
gay.
just look at me like? Oh, okay, well, I think he's probably gay, or at least, he definitely checked out my package. I definitely so. Whereas you wouldn't think twice about it before. It's just like we just looked over, whatever.
Mhm.
I don't fucking know.
Eye contact. Move on.
Yeah.
Said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right, and people know that they do not want to go.
Low.
Low. True discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one
I
thing
am
I can.
humbled
I
by
need to say this. I need to say
because
this.
I'm right.
So what stands out to me here is that's George Santos.
Yeah.
Is there?
George Santos.
George Santos is like, I've not noticed any gayness in the right wing community. I don't own any mirrors. What are you talking about?
Santos being the voice of reason and saying, hey, Milo, aren't you afraid of getting sued?
Yeah, giving him some actually very good legal advice.
Yeah.
George Santos recently
Well, he's
pardoned
just come out
George
of
Santos
prison, so
saying,
he'd
hey, but
know
Yeah, that's
about
true.
legal
yeah.
problems.
Yeah.
you might want to, I don't know, take it a little bit easy on the libel. I'm sorry, I can't with George Santos. Tim, you have some thoughts about adding people in general?
Oh yeah, look, George Devalda Santos is for me he's the one that got away, America. You had a bad bitch, and you let her go. That's
Well,
a shame.
to be fair, he did it to himself. He committed crimes.
Christie, look how cute he is. He's allowed to commit crimes. When you're that funny, you're allowed to just do illegal shit, okay? And it's not
Ask
like
Oscar
he
Wilde.
wasn't killing anyone. He was just doing some wire fraud. What's wrong with that?
He's just stealing some money.
Exactly. It's just rich people money. Who cares? He wasn't fucking hurting anyone.
Well, he did raise money for someone's sick dog and then never gave it to him when the dog died.
That's not a person. I didn't say he didn't hurt animals. I just said
You'll
he didn't hurt any
defend
people.
this guy.
No, I mean he is a fucking
it's a bit.
monster.
Yeah.
But he's also very, very funny.
Yeah.
Exactly. What is the charge, chat? What is the charge? Eating a succulent Chinese wire fraud. What?
Gentlemen,
take your hand off my
this
penis.
is Democracy Manifest.
I've now got that. I've got the "This is Democracy Manifest" on my soundboard. Although I still don't have "Get your hand off my penis." Yeah, but hint, hint, chat. Come on now.
I know you want to get into. What did you make of that?
Yeah,
segment?
well, I made a couple of things. Milo feels like he's on sturdy turf.
Allegedly outing.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Milo feels like he's on sturdy turf. So we'll just start there. He did not seem at all concerned about the legal threats or the legal concerns. I think that's one thing I took. I'm going to get into why I think why, but I just kind of setting the table, because even I get sometimes a little bit uncomfortable, particularly when I see like liberal straights very excited about outing conservative gays. Like sometimes they're a little too excited for my taste, and I'm like, okay, guys, all right, this, I think maybe we can, show a little bit more judgment here, because I think that it isn't as cut and dry as it always is. I'm not going to get Sam uncomfortable and blushing talking about sexuality, but it's very possible that people can have gay urges and act on them at times and also have happy heterosexual families, and that's fine. And I think when you put yourself in the role of God and start saying, oh, I'm going to decide who and what needs to be revealed about other people's lives, that makes me uncomfortable at times. I think that there are obviously exceptions to that. You have a pastor out there that's doing gay stuff while doing conversion therapies. We could go down the whole list. I think that there are various.
What else is on your list?
Judgment calls. Well, I think in the case of Benny, I wouldn't call it outing, I guess. I mean, Benny tweeted himself a picture of a website he was on that.
Oh yeah, that's
Military Times.
Yeah, forgetting of course that that advertisement is based on your search
history. Yeah.
And that's the world's largest gay cruise. Which, I'll be honest with you, chat, that is giving gay overtones.
Yeah. Have you gotten that ad yet, Kevin?
No, I don't. Well, to be honest with you,
You've been gay for years.
I don't search for gay stuff, really.
No, I mean only in the pubs.
Well, that's the thing, right? First off, men be hoes. You don't need to fantasize about that. There's no scarcity of supply. So you don't I don't need to look up gay porn or anything like that, because
it's just there.
It's just
IRL.
there. Yeah,
you don't need to watch it.
Honestly, look, all I'm saying is we need to increase lots more the ability for everyone to have contraception, because we need women to be more hoey.
I saw a comedian who was saying, I get men and women in my DMs, and it's so different. It's so different. Like the women are like, "Oh, you're really cute. We should go for coffee sometime." Like, "Oh, thanks." And then men will write, "I will give you throat."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, the men are genuinely loose motherfuckers. Because again, there's no I suppose it is because there's no pregnancy and there's no social stigmatization of it. So you just grow up wanting to fuck. And so when you realise that he's a dude who wants to fuck and I'm a dude who wants to fuck.
Yeah, I think Dan Savage pointed out that the most monogamous relationships are lesbian relationships, and then the second most monogamous relationships are heterosexual, and the least monogamous are gay men. So the problem with monogamy is just men.
I'm a bit behind on the stream, but did you know that Sam Sader was in an episode of Sex
the more men involved, the less likely it is to be monogamous.
Exactly.
Yeah. Absolutely. Phantom of Black, my gay Bulgarian, says, I can confirm I am a massive hoe. I know. I know. You were I mentioned once earlier Hunter Biden's dick pics, and you were thirsting.
Let me see them, or let me share mine. Which was it?
Exactly. Well, they were like, stop reminding me, or something. I was like, okay, because anyway, but not stop reminding me in a bad way. You know what I mean? Anyway, Sam Cedar was in an episode of Sex and the City. That is true.
Oh,
he was.
That's cool.
Yeah, put it in the new soundboard thread. Thank you, Madcap.
Included gay cruise advertisements, and he was using this to pretend to be outraged on behalf of the people who care about traditional values, saying that why is this smut on my computer, not realizing that those ads are targeted to people that search for such matters. My guess is that, Sam, you've never had a gay cruise ad delivered to you.
If I have, so be it. I don't really
Exactly,
care, but
sure.
I have not. Yeah.
Anyway, there are also, again, the other pieces of evidence that Milo put forth, including among this, again, this is not me outing him, this is just saying Saeed Jones.
Allegedly outing. Go ahead.
Yeah, over at the Vibe Check podcast, Saeed Jones said that he kissed Benny Johnson in the dressing room at the BuzzFeed holiday party in 2013. I would say, to defend Saeed's honor, that he writes it haunts him to this day.
Fair enough. Look, we've all got a few skeletons in the closet.
Yeah. Look, all of us have had that drunken, smooching in the corner that we oh man, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. But I was drunk and horny, and they were there.
Yeah, I've put my dick in things that I wish I hadn't. I'll leave that there.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, again, that's a guy saying that, and then we can go through what Milo said. The point is that, like in this case, there's a long documented list of things that Benny's been well aware of while he's been positioning himself as like the representative of trad values to the youth, and what goes around comes around on that kind of stuff.
Can I ask you a question? Bulwark Takes is sponsored by Com.
Okay, I think there's a little bit after this, but I think we've generally got it. So we can probably move on to one more. How exhausted are you?
Quite.
Okay. Do you want to watch a little bit of Pierce Morgan raking Nick Fuentes over the coals?
No, not really.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not really, if you don't mind.
No, of course. You've been going 4.5 hours at this point.
I have, and I'm a little bit burned out.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I'm just glad I was able to come on for 90 minutes and get some Kev time, because it's been a while.
It has been a while, and you probably won't be available next week. So
no, because my guest researcher is in town until Saturday. Yeah,
Fair.
so he arrives on Tuesday and then he leaves on Saturday night, and then it's Sunday and D&D, and then it's Christmas week.
Your hands will be
But
full.
I'll be available a lot for the Christmas time.
Your hands will be
So,
full. Of
yeah, because I don't celebrate that shit.
Of penis. You're getting penis.
What do you got coming up in your channel, Kev?
Mostly penis.
Excellent. That's a lot of people's favorite.
It is popular. Yes. Anyway, I'll be... Although, again, as discussed, it's popular, readily supplied.
Yes.
There's high demand, arguably even higher supply. This is why it's so fucking cheap. Anyway, yes, I'll be back probably
Yeah, you don't
tomorrow.
see any gay strip clubs, do you?
Not necessary. just not necessary. Honestly, if you want to see barely dressed gay men, go to a gay bar.
Just go to a gay bar, yeah.
There will be people in there that, honestly, I'm not sure how they got there in that state. They must have had more clothes on when they arrived.
They probably were wearing a long coat, like a raincoat.
Big
as they were
coat,
walking down.
loose pair of pants, put it in the bag in the cloakroom, boom. All of a sudden, I can see your pubes. Just because it melds into the fucking leg hair, those are still pubes. I can see your bush. And you know what? I'm fine with it. I'm just saying, please don't go outside like that. You are liable to be arrested. Anyway, yes, nipples. What? I'll be back tomorrow. Christy, what have you got coming up on your channel?
I'm hoping to get some video stuff done once for the Christmas break. So I actually have a piece that I wrote, but I have to record on Sargon after we watched that stupid speech he gave. And then I am working on something that compares apartheid tactics to what Elon Musk does and treats Twitter.
Oh, okay. Well, that is, yeah.
I just need time to record this shit. So yeah. That's my biggest challenge these days. But yeah, that's the current plan.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then more Kev in 2026.
Yeah. Well, we might do something over Christmas if we
we
get
should.
a little moment. Who shall I send everyone into?
Good question.
There is literally no one on Twitter. Oh, well, there's Vosh, but do we want to go there? I mean, he's the leftoid. Fuck it, whatever. I mean, he's
if he's the only choice.
Just don't look into the thick stack goblins. Jesus Christ. I mean, the horsecock is the least of it. Anyway, and on
I love that note.
on that cock shell, I'll send you everyone over to SK the Crusader on Twitch.
On the Twitches?
Indubitably. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you everyone for listening and watching. Thank you, Christy, for
Yeah. Well,
being
thanks for
awesome.
having me
Yeah.
after a long marathon session.
Indeed. Thank you to No Justice MTG. Go and follow
Yeah,
No
as well.
Justice MTG and Christy Winters and me. Although if you're watching this, you probably already are following me. But if you're not, you should do something. Anyway, I will see you all later. It's goodbye from me and goodbye from Christy.